Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is now called to order. Before we begin today's proceeding, I would like to first take a moment to wish a belated Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers of our community and to all women who have played a part in raising and nurturing our children in this community. You are indeed the backbone of our people, and we salute you. I would also like to congratulate all who will be graduating this month, from those being promoted from the earliest grades to those earning graduate level degrees. The hard work and sacrifice that you have played along with your family have made this moment special. But this is just the beginning. We look forward to your future accomplishments and contributions as you go forth into our community and this world. Congratulations and Godspeed. In today's business, this meeting will begin with an update from the public and private entities on the status of telecommunications in the territory. And in the second block, we will hear legislation regarding notification for rental increases in the territory. Both topics are of tremendous importance to the everyday quality of life in our territory. Just a few years ago, we used to speak about the developments on the horizon, and now telecommunications and the ability to work and communicate seamlessly to and from anywhere on the planet would constitute the backbone of any modern society. Those developments are no longer on the horizon. They are here. Communities that can't keep pace will be left behind. It's as simple as that. As for us, ensuring broad-based digital literacy and digital access, along with maintaining robust networks, is not a luxury, but a matter of survival. Yet, far too many households in the Virgin Islands lack internet access outside of their cell phones, where broadband speeds are very rarely received. Over the last month, my staff and I conducted frequent testing with our cellular phones at various times and sites. Very rarely did we experience download speeds of 100 megabytes per second or upload speeds of 20 megabytes per second, which is the modern definition of broadband speeds. In the vast majority of cases, unfortunately, the actual speed was less than half of that. Additionally, for too many households, the monthly cost of high-speed internet is more than they can afford, as the price for a 300 megabyte per second internet plan offered by one major provider in the territory costs roughly twice the average on the U.S. mainland, and 67% more than in at least one other Caribbean market serviced by that provider. This means that at the end of the day, the task before us is to find ways to improve the quality of mobile services, which despite improvements is still significantly below standard, and to lower costs and bring them within the reach of every Virgin Islands home. Furthermore, we must do this while navigating a new and uncertain regulated climate. So today, we will bring together all the stakeholders to have a deep dive into the status of the industry and our networks, the status of federally funded broadband projects, and about the path forward in terms of ensuring that every household has high-speed internet that they can afford. Additionally, while we move forward with the new technologies, we must also recognize that as an aging community, we have a large number of elders who we cannot abandon to just sink or swim. As such, this committee will always pose inquiries and intercede on the behalf of our elders and others who require a bridge between what they are used to and comfortable with, and what modern business practices are evolving to. Not everyone has abandoned their landlines, and not everyone watches all their television on Hulu or Amazon Prime. So yes, we will be asking questions and seeking to ensure that some of the in-person services and traditional communication services will still be available for those who need them. And we will continue to express our desire to maintain a local workforce that can service their needs. In Block 2, we will hear Bill number 35-0022, a measure that seeks to require a 60-day notice of rent increases for month-to-month tenancies. A large number of our people live in apartments and houses without a written lease. As such, for thousands of our residents, they don't know when the rent may suddenly increase significantly and are left without time to prepare financially or to look for other options. As a result, some of them are left to suffer housing instability or homelessness. We will hear from our housing experts and advocates on this matter in an effort to address this aspect of our housing crisis in our territory. Other legislation to address more comprehensive reform through the adoption of a Uniform Landlord-Tenant Relation Act will be forthcoming during this term, but this is one part that we can address right away. Madam Clerk, can you read the agenda into the record, please, for me?
Agenda. Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, Wednesday, May 14, 2025, Earle B. Ottley Legislative Chambers, St. Thomas, VI. Block 1. Update and discussion on the current status of infrastructure projects and future development plans with an emphasis on the strategic use of federal broadband funding. Topics include challenges in coordinating between telecommunication providers and government agencies, particularly around permitting, access to utility poles, conduits, and related infrastructure. Additional issues include inter-provider challenges such as the portability of telephone numbers. For public sector organizations, the discussion will address the status of efforts around interoperability, cybersecurity, and the management and upkeep of government websites and digital portals used for the conducting official business and communicating with the public. Invited testifiers: Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works; Ravendra Mayawal, General Manager, Liberty USVI; Carl Knight, Chief Executive Officer, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority; Attorney Elian Canillas, Managing Corporate Counsel, T-Mobile, Puerto Rico; Stephen Adams, Chief Executive Officer, Virgin Islands Next Generation Network; Shoban James Alexander, Chief Executive Officer, VIA; Julio Reimer, Director, Officer of Management and Budget; Rupert Ross, Director, Bureau of Informational Technologies. Block 2, discussion on Bill 36-0022, an act amending Title 28 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 31, Subchapter 1, Section 752, relating to the notice for termination of month-to-month residential tenancies, and adding Section 752B, requiring fair notice for rental increases for residential tenancies. Invited testifiers: Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Authority; Troy Schuster, State Director, AARP, American Association of Retired Persons, VI; Dan DeRima, Executive Director, Meeting the Needs of the Community, Inc.; Dr. Susan Darrow McGrath, Board Secretary, VI Continuum of Care; Andrea Schillenford, Executive Director, Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chair, that concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please call the roll.
Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. I'm here. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Carla Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, absent. Senator Marvin Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden, present. Mr. Chair, we have 4 present and 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have 3.
Please proceed.
May 14, 2025, Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI, 00802. Dear Senator Blyden, I will be late in attending the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications meeting scheduled for today, Wednesday, May 14, 2025, due to a previous scheduled obligation. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and respectfully request that you excuse my delayed arrival. I look forward to joining the meeting as soon as I am able. Thank you for your understanding. Kind regards, Maurice C. James, Esquire, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Maurice James as excused until she arrives.
Okay. May 14, 2025, Honorable Marvin Blyden, Chairperson, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, USVI 00802. Dear Chairman Blyden, I will be late in attending the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications for today, Wednesday, May 14, 2025. I apologize for any inconvenience that this may cause and look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Kurt VLA, Chairman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Likewise, mark Senator VLA excused until he arrives also.
This is an email correspondence from Liberty USVI from Wanda Perez. Dear Senator, it is with deep sorrow that I inform you of the passing of Ravi's mother. Due to this unfortunate circumstance, Ravi will not be able to participate in tomorrow's public hearing. We are sending our written testimony and respectfully request Liberty VI be excused from the hearing. We can schedule a meeting at a future date to discuss any details or questions you might have. We appreciate your understanding. Regards, Attorney Wanda Perez Alvarez, Senior Manager, General Government Affairs. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the correspondence.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum, so we'll proceed. But I want to put on the record, honestly, Ravi did call me yesterday. His mom passed yesterday. So he's not able to attend today. And based on the circumstances, I think that's okay. I want to send condolences to him and his family and to all who have lost their loved ones and close family friends. Condolences to all. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. And I look forward to a robust discussion this morning. We're going to do a mic check, starting from my left, OMB, to your right. Please state your name for the record. And we'll go from my right to my left. Please proceed.
Samir Weber, B Director, OMB.
Good morning, Mr. Weber.
Good morning.
Good morning. Stephen Adams, President, CEO, VINGN.
Good morning, Mr. Adams.
Good morning, Siobhan James Alexander, CEO, One Communications.
Good morning, Madam CEO.
Good morning, Rupert Ross, Director for the Bureau of Information Technology.
Good morning, Director Ross. Do we have anyone online? Please cue them up so they can introduce themselves. Before we proceed, please.
Okay. Good morning, Ilian Cañellas, Managing Corporate Counsel for T-Mobile.
One moment, please. We need to get be able to see them. Okay. Please repeat yourself.
Good morning. Good morning to all. Ilian Cañellas, Managing Corporate Counsel for T-Mobile.
Good morning. Do we have anyone else? I believe Public Works. Well, in the meantime and in between time, since we're having some delays, I'm going to move forward and start having the testifiers put their testimony on the record. I'm going to start with OMB. So you may proceed, sir, with your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, other members of the 36th Legislature, viewing and listening audiences of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I am Samir Weber, B Director with the Office of Management and Budget. On behalf of Director Julio Reimer, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the status of the territory's plan for the utilization of the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Grant. I am pleased to share with you updates on the program timeline proposed.
Sir, please speak into the mic. Just move the mic, Yeah, speak into the mic.
Yes.
Don't be afraid of the mic.
Okay. I am pleased to share with you updates on the program timeline, proposed funding allocation, technical workshops, and new initiatives that aim to increase digital literacy and workforce development in the territory. At our last appearance before this committee in August 2024, the Virgin Islands Broadband Office, VIBO, housed within OMB, announced that we made meaningful progress in the implementation of the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. We reported that the territory successfully secured the full $27.1 million allotted under the BEAD initiative. Since then, VIBO has continued its work to complete all prerequisites necessary to fully implement the initiatives outlined in the initial proposal, Volume 2. Such prerequisites include successfully completing the challenge process, releasing notice of funding opportunities to begin the subgrantee selection process. The April 4th release of the NOFOs marked the opening of the application process for eligible subgrantees. These eligible subgrantees include government agencies, private organizations, nonprofit organizations, educational institutions, and workforce development agencies. To announce the NOFOs, VIBO distributed press releases to all major media networks on social media, sent it to all GVI employees and agencies. VIBO followed the NOFO release with an informative webinar on April 10th. This webinar was open to all and is available for viewing at omb.vi.gov. Once the subgrantee selection process is completed, the projected start date for all projects associated with the BEAD grant is set for October 1st, 2025. The projected date is based on VIBO's ability to complete all remaining prerequisites. The remaining prerequisites are the subgrantee selection process, subgrantee certification, and the submission of the final proposal. Full funding will be available for project implementation upon the approval of the final proposal, which is due July 17, 2025. It is important to note that the use of BEAD funding for infrastructure deployment purposes within the territory would be considered duplicative due to the award of the Federal Communications Commission's Connect US VI grant. As such, the U.S. Virgin Islands will not utilize BEAD funding to deploy or sustain broadband infrastructure projects. Instead, our focus is on leveraging BEAD funds for non-deployment initiatives that empower Virgin Islanders to thrive in an increasingly digital world and help bridge the digital divide. By prioritizing digital literacy-centric programs, the BEAD program aims to unlock the potential of the territory and its residents by building a digitally inclusive society where all Virgin Islanders have the tools, skills, and opportunity to participate in the digital economy. The funding presents an opportunity to develop and implement programs for user trainings with respect to cybersecurity, privacy, and other digital safety matters, remote learning or telehealth services and facilities, digital literacy upskilling from beginner level to advanced, computer science, coding and cybersecurity educational programs, implementation of the eligible entities digital equity plan, broadband sign-up assistance and programs to provide technology support, multilingual outreach to support adoption and digital literacy, prisoner education to promote pre-release digital literacy, job skills, online job acquisitions, etc., digital navigators, and direct subsidies. Additionally, VIBO intends to develop various internet access affordability programs as incentives for participation and completion of digital literacy and workforce development program. One promising concept includes offering 12 to 36 months of free internet service to individuals who complete approved digital literacy or workforce development programs. Another concept sees newly established e-commerce businesses becoming eligible for free internet service once they are operational and in good standing with the GVI. These initiatives are These initiatives are designed to ensure that all Virgin Islanders, regardless of income, education level, and geography, have access to the tools needed to participate fully in the digital economy. We are excited at the possibilities of the program and look forward to funding proposals from all potential subgrantees. We remain committed to creating a more connected, equitable, and prosperous future for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remain on standby for any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Director Webb. I see we have with us CEO Knight. Thank you for being here, and his team. Can you do a mic check, please, before we move forward to the next testifier?
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Blyden.
Who are you?
Good morning, Chairman Blyden.
One moment. Please.
Carl Knight, Chief Executive Officer, Executive Director of Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Thank you so much.
Thought you meant me. Good morning, Chairman Biden and committee members. Dion Sinclair, General Counsel, Water and Power Authority.
Thank you so much. CEO Adams, you recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, Infrastructure, and Telecommunications, honorable senators, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Stephen Adams, President and CEO of VINGN, Inc. I am honored to present to you today. I would like to begin my testimony with an overview of VINGN and our role in the community. VINGN is an instrumentality of the U.S. Virgin Islands government. We are solely owned by the Public Finance Authority. However, we are an incorporated entity with an independent board of directors, of which Governor Bryan is our chairman. VINGN is a middle-mile provider of broadband services to internet service providers in the territory. We sell wholesale internet connectivity in an open and non-discriminatory manner. The ISPs, in turn, resell as last-mile internet access. VINGN's mission is threefold. First, make the internet widely available. Second, ensure access affordability. And third, maintain a resilient network. As it pertains to availability, our network is widely distributed on all three islands and between them via undersea cables. Regarding affordability, we are constantly working to lower our operating costs through best business practices. However, our capital costs remain high given the small size of our population, which limits the distribution of costs. With respect to resiliency, our network performs as reliable as most commercial networks on the U.S. mainland. We also perform regular network upgrades to keep pace with changing user habits and demands on our infrastructure. One significant change to our infrastructure has been increased bandwidth demand related to our community Wi-Fi deployment, which began initially with the CARES Act grant. VINGN's free community Wi-Fi project is an initiative of Governor Bryan and has been a rousing success. The project is being expanded through an American Rescue Plan Act grant. The ARPA grant is allowing VINGN to undertake extensive core network expansion and resiliency projects, including upgrading our throughput to 100 gigabytes, up from 10 gigabytes. VINGN also receives Federal Emergency Management Agency approval for several 2017 hurricane restoration projects. One of the projects we're most proud of is restoring 9 miles of fiber from Myra Keaton to Coral Bay in St. John. We anticipate this project to be completed by July. VINGN is also collaborating with WAPA, undergoing several critical segments of infrastructure for resiliency. Exhibit A provides further details on our ongoing FEMA projects. VINGN is now leasing segments of our infrastructure under long-term agreements with our ISP partners. This has been a popular new service for which helps ISPs lessen capital costs while giving them more ownership of their services that they deliver. It also gives VINGN more predictable recurring revenue for long-term sustainability. I will now briefly discuss VINGN's approach to cybersecurity, which we take very seriously. We understand that most cyber intrusions occur when employees unwillingly aid cyber mischief and criminality through downloading and sharing files that contain hidden threats. To counter these threats, all VINGN employees are required to take mandatory annual cybersecurity training. We have seen firsthand the benefits of literate cybersecurity workforce. Turning now to how VINGN is impacted by changes at the federal broadband guidelines. Until last week, our operations was not directly impacted by federal funding gyrations. However, VINGN's awarded and fully funded $2.1 million digital equity grant by the National Technology and Information Administration was terminated, effective May 9th. The President has determined, and Senator Lichtnick agreed, that Digital Equity Capacity Program is unconstitutional, and grants issued pursuant to were created with and administered using inadmissible and unconstitutional racial preferences. The intended purpose of this grant was to promote digital literacy and cybersecurity in our community. We have since paused and redirected internal resources associated with this grant. However, we are prepared to restart our activities if this grant termination is reversed by the courts. NTIA also recommended that VINGN be awarded $2.5 million for public technology buses. The status of this grant is highly uncertain, as it is a competitive component of the Digital Equity Program. On a brighter note, VINGN received its final ARPA payment from OMB to further deploy free Wi-Fi. We now have 102 free hotspots with 462 access points and over 30 candidate sites identified and counting. We are on track to complete the 95 hotspot installations under the ARPA grant by the end of this year. Lastly, I would like to provide an update on the status of Diaspora Link Act, H.R. 3385. This legislation authorizes a congressional study into the feasibility of running undersea cables between the U.S. mainland, New York and Virginia, to Africa, Ghana, and Nigeria, via the USVI. It also calls for the assessment of building a Tier 1 data center with an independent power plant of at least 100 megawatts on the island of St. Croix. Congresswoman Plaskett sponsored and spearheaded the Diaspora Link Act to unanimous passage in the 118th Congress. It stalled at the 11th hour in the Senate. Diaspora Link has garnered significant bipartisan support due to national security interests for our country. Consequently, Congresswoman Plaskett has been able to reintroduce Diaspora Link Act in the current 119th congressional session, where it is undergoing a markup. We anticipate passage in both chambers of Congress and ultimately signed by the President. I call upon this body to support Diaspora Link on the grounds of economic development for the territory. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, CEO Adams. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications stands in recess to address technical issues. We are back on the record. I would like to apologize for the delay. We have some technical difficulties, but before we go to CEO Alexander for VIA, I want to recognize Senator Earle B. Thank you, Senator, for being here. Madam Clerk, please mark Senator V. as present. Also, I want to recognize Mike Check for Public Works. Director Gabriel, can you please state your name and title for the record?
Good morning, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner.
Thank you, and I believe I have someone else online from I have someone else online from VIA. Do you have someone online from VIA also?
Hi, good morning. This is Paul Karupis with One Communications, formerly VIA. Yes, Ms. Alexandra James will be delivering the testimony.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. CEO Knight, what you were saying?
No, I saw Chanel Peterson online. I thought that's who you was referring to.
Is she there?
Yes, she's the
Can
director
she,
of comms with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Can she put her name and title on the record, please? Mic check from Ms. Peterson. WAPA?
I don't think she intends to offer testimony.
Okay.
I think she's just observing the proceedings.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much. CEO Alexander for VIA, you may proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Marvin Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation and Telecommunications, members of the 36th Legislature and their staff, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Siobhan James Alexander, and I am the Chief Executive Officer for the Virgin Islands Telephone Corporation. Thank you for inviting me to testify on the future of telecommunications in the territory and the current issues facing the industry. I believe this committee is aware that we have changed our local brand from VIA to One Communications, sometimes referred to just as One. We had a very successful launch celebration during the Carnival festivities where we brought the power of one to the Virgin Islands and reaffirmed our commitment to connecting the Virgin Islands to the world. This change in our brand is not just a marketing gimmick, but instead represents the first step in an evolution to becoming the premier provider of advanced telecommunications services throughout the Caribbean region. When my predecessor, Ms. Geraldine Pitt, testified before this committee 2 years ago on the future of telecommunications, she detailed several initiatives intended to deliver an unprecedented and unparalleled level of service to the Virgin Islands. These initiatives included deploying fiber deeper into our network and upgrading our network from DOCSIS 3.0 to 3.1 so that we can deliver faster speeds to our customers. We have completed this effort, and Virgin Islanders are receiving the highest internet speeds ever. Our lowest consumer tier of service is now 200 megs, and gigabit service is available throughout the majority of the territory. One Communications has led the way on achieving this, and we continue to work on network improvements to deliver service to our customers. Keeping Virgin Islanders connected to the world is our primary mission, and I am pleased to report that we are delivering on that promise. We have augmented our inter-island connectivity, establishing a redundant subsea link and installing significant wireless backup capacity between St. John and St. Thomas so that we can minimize the impact of any future outages between St. John and St. Thomas. This establishes 3 diverse routes connecting St. John and St. Thomas. We continue to work with our vendors to build more resiliency into the inter-island connections. We executed on the award of the Virgin Islands Department of Education, VID, Wide Area Network contract, and look forward to continuing the relationship as we support their need to deliver world-class education services. On the mobile side, One Communications deployed 21 5G sites, giving us the largest 5G coverage in the territory. We have also optimized our 4G LTE network to address the recent performance issues some of our customers have been experiencing. As a result of these efforts, many of our customers are already realizing tremendous improvement in their call quality and data speeds, and we are replicating this throughout Virgin Islands. The transition to our all-digital cable television platform is complete, providing customers with greatly enhanced viewing experience. One Communications has diversified the entire customer care experience, making it easier than ever to get service from One Communications and stay connected with the rest of the world. Our retail stores located on each of the 3 islands has extended the evening and Saturday hours to better accommodate customers' schedule. Customers can transact most business with us online through our website, email, text, and social media. We are constantly engaging with our customers wherever they are. Even more exciting, One Communications is expanding its presence in communities by working with local dealers and deploying pop-up stores to bring One Communications services closer to the customer. While I am appearing before you today as the company representative, I am here on behalf of the entire One Communications team that is dedicated to delivering the highest services to our customers, and I wish to express my deepest appreciation for their tireless efforts to keep Virgin Islands connected to the world. I know recently some members of the Senate have expressed concerns about One Communications restructuring efforts and the impact that it has had on our employees. So I want a moment to address this. First, it should be well understood that One Communications is a small fish in a very large pond. We compete with billion-dollar companies, both in mobile and broadband space. As a private business, we need to be able to invest in technology of the future to drive higher speeds, and we need to free up capital to do so. As part of our continuing efforts to reshape the business to meet these challenges, we've had to make some really tough decisions. Throughout the process, we've been sensitive to our needs of our employees, particularly those who have served us for so long. We have made every effort to smooth their transition back into the broader workforce or even into retirement. We are increasing our investment in our employees. To further improve the customer experience, we are introducing the concept of universal technician, where we are providing extensive training to all of our technicians so that they can perform cross-functionally, and one technician will be able to address all the customers' needs, whether it is mobile service, internet, cable television, or landline service. This investment in our workforce is good for the company, good for the customer, and good for the employee. When combined with other measures we are undertaking to enhance the customer experience, I am confident that One Communications will be able to thrive in this highly competitive environment and meet the expectations of Virgin Islanders. In its invitation to testify, the chair asked witnesses to address issues related to BEAD funding, federal policy, infrastructure, industry cooperation, and permitting. Let me address each of these briefly. So far, under the new administration, federal telecommunications policy has not changed significantly as yet. The FCC chair recently invited the industry to recommend regulations that can be eliminated or reduced in proceeding. He titled Delete, 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 which gives you a sense of where he wants to go. The Supreme Court recently heard arguments in the case FCC versus Consumer Research that challenges the constitutionality of the Universal Service Program. A decision is expected in June and would impact the entire United States, not just the Virgin Islands. I should note that the FCC already reduced universal support by nearly 50% when it awarded Liberty the Connect USVI fund in 2020. I also note there's no anticipated replacement for the Connect USVI fund once it expires in 2030. BEAD funding appears to be back on track, and the Broadband Office is moving ahead with this process to accept applications for funding. One Communications intends to partner with local organizations to secure funding in areas such as cybersecurity and telehealth. As this committee knows, One Communications has been a strong advocate of consumer subsidies because we believe broadband connectivity is an issue of affordability, not availability. The recent turmoil in the labor and financial markets are putting greater stress on consumers and making the case for subsidies even stronger. One Communications remains available to work with the Broadband Office and interested parties to implement a subsidy mechanism that helps Virgin Islands receive the benefits of broadband service. As regards to permitting, One Communications has experienced an increase in incidents involving contractors damaging our infrastructure when performing work on behalf of other utilities and service providers. From our perspective, this is a failure of those carriers, these other carriers, but also of the Department of Public Works and Department of Planning and Natural Resources. These agencies should not be issuing permits until the applicant can show that they have communicated with relevant carriers regarding their project. Continued improvement in this area is critical to service continuity, and we ask this committee to encourage all network operators to adhere to the call before you dig policy, which will minimize these occurrences that disrupt business operations and services not only for One Communications, but our customers as well. Lastly, as we are still challenged with collections from government and statutory bodies and larger businesses whose connectivity is essential to their operations. We understand the critical roles in the community and serving the Virgin Islands, and so we have been cautious and reluctant to do disconnections. But maintaining these large past due balances reduces capital available to us for reinvestment in the business. In conclusion, I'd like to close by saying that I am very optimistic about One Communications' future in the territory, because at One Communications, we always put Virgin Islanders first. I am proud to represent One Communications employees before you today. It is only through their hard work, dedication, and commitment to the community that One Communications is successful. And I wish to offer my special thanks to the team who worked through Christmas to get us reconnected to St. John and who are continuing to redesign redundant paths. Our future is bright, and our customers continue to depend on us at One Communications for the years to come. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to present my testimony, and I remain here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Alexander. Next, we're going to go to Public Works. Director, the Commissioner for Public Works, Derek Gabriel, please provide and move forward with your testimony.
Sure, just testing again to make sure you can hear me okay?
Yep, you're good to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairperson of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, committee members and staff, all other senators in attendance today, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. My name is Derek Gabriel, and I am the Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. I am here at the committee's request to provide an update on the status of broadband implementation territory-wide and the department's role in this process. Specifically, I will address the department's role in providing excavation permits for the ongoing Liberty undergrounding project. The Department of Public Works is statutorily responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of all roadways, highways, and transportation infrastructure in the territory. As such, we are responsible for the review and approval of all excavation requests in and/or near our roads. All applications must be accompanied by several due diligence documents, such as design drawings and trench details, maps, traffic control plans, road repair details, and contracts, just to name a few. Permit applications are posted on the department's website and can be submitted electronically. These reviews are performed by DPW's existing staff from local and highway engineering. In some instances, depending on the extent of the project and route, we rely on assistance from our consultants and colleagues from the Federal Highway Administration. To date, we have not added any staff to focus solely on this gargantuan task. For fiscal year 2024, the Liberty VI project is responsible for approximately 80% of the excavation permits submitted for review and approval. As a reminder, DPW is responsible for the construction, maintenance, and repairs of over 1,800 miles of roads, bridges, highways, and transportation infrastructure, in addition to administering cemeteries, the GVI's capital improvement program, mass transit, and other things among several other things. Since 2021, the department has been working with AT&T and now Liberty VI to expedite excavation permits permit applications to keep their ambitious and aggressive project schedule. As we all know, phase 1 of this project had significant challenges for which our motoring public bore the brunt of those issues. In the current phase, Liberty VI has proposed using microtrenching as a minimally invasive way of accomplishing their objective. While this application has been used in the Virgin Islands, our experience is very limited. To this end, our team operates with careful consideration and insists on receiving adequate information from applicants when approving permits, especially when using this method. According to the existing policy, the applicant lines must be buried 18 to 24 inches below the roadway to prevent future conflicts with planned road maintenance and reconstruction. Given the fact that the applicants expect to install shallow in the pavement structure above the 18 to 24 inch requirement, there are inherent challenges and every application must be scrutinized and considered on a case-by-case basis. Therefore, we will only accept applications that meet a satisfactory standard. The potential of being liable for any errors after installation that aren't identified early on can present conflicts for the department. Considering this, we have included additional special conditions in our telecommunications applications, including a 5-year warranty and agreements for line relocation when necessary. Our goal is to mitigate risk and minimize our liability in this regard. The need to relocate a line or multiple lines may arise for the purpose of emergency road maintenance or an upcoming planned project. It is important to have these items in place upfront, as once installed, these lines effectively become part of our built infrastructure. While the DPW team and Liberty VI team, along with its cadre of consultants, continue to meet regularly, we recognize and acknowledge the project's challenges, particularly those surrounding restoration schedule and methods. DPW recently informed Liberty that the current restoration method is not properly adhering to road surfaces and needs to be revisited in favor of full asphalt restoration. We understand this comes with its own inherent challenges, such as the availability of asphalt and qualified paving contractors and increased costs. And so we're taking the time to jointly reevaluate all options available. Another inherent challenge is accommodating future utility undergrounding plans. We know that both WAPA and the Waste Management Authority have plans to replace their respective lines, underground electrical for WAPA and replacement and new potable water lines for WAPA, as well as new wastewater lines for the Waste Management Authority. Typically, wastewater lines are the lowest in the trench because it is a gravity-fed system, while all other utility lines following above. In this case, we'll have to find ways to avoid disruptions to Liberty's lines when it is time to accommodate the other utilities. I am pleased to report our records show that Liberty VI has no open applications pending before DPW. Allow me to say this again. I am pleased to report our records show that Liberty VI has no open applications pending before DPW. To date, we have processed well over 30 applications and reviewed dozens more territory-wide with a value of over $1 million to the department. Some applications do have conflicts and challenges, such as lagging restoration schedules, utility conflicts, and issues with proposed restoration methods and quality, and have been placed on a temporary hold until resolutions can be hammered out. As always, we are committed to ensuring safe roadways for our residents while providing proper oversight as statutorily required. Before closing, I want to make it clear that we are dedicated to working with every infrastructure partner, public or private, as we all seek to improve, enhance, and strengthen our infrastructure and networks for the benefit of our residents and visitors. We will continue improving our own processes through this effort, as we know undergrounding will become a standard instead of the exception. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I will remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Gabriel. Before I go to the next testifier, I want to recognize the President of Senator Dwayne DeGraff, committee member. Thank you for being here, Senator DeGraff. Madam Clerk, please mark Senator DeGraff as President. Next, we're going to go to Counsel for T-Mobile, Ms. Canillas. You recognize. Please proceed with your testimony.
Good morning to all, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the 36th Legislature Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, senators, legislative staff, and members of the public. T-Mobile appreciates the opportunity to appear once again before this distinguished committee to provide an update of the state of the telecommunications in the U.S. Virgin Islands, highlight the progress made over the past months, and share our forward-looking priorities for supporting connectivity, resilience, and innovation in the territory. First of all, we would like to talk about the status of infrastructure projects and future development plans. T-Mobile continues to invest private capital to expand and strengthen its wireless infrastructure across the USVI, with a focused commitment to network resiliency, enhanced coverage, and improved service performance. In 2024, we completed the full remodeling of our St. Croix retail location, following similar updates to our St. Thomas location in 2023. Both locations are now designated emergency hubs, fully equipped to support customers and community members during and after natural disaster and other critical events. On the network side, T-Mobile successfully added new cellular sites in St. John West, Susanburg, St. John, and Blue Mountain in St. Croix, and Tutu Winberg in St. Thomas. These deployments form part of our broader 5G expansions strategy aimed at eliminating coverage gaps and enhancing wireless performance across the USVI. Looking ahead, T-Mobile plans to initiate additional network upgrades beginning in Q4 2025 and to deploy new cellular sites starting in 2026, with potential extensions through 2027. These plans are contingent, obviously, upon several external factors, including regulatory approvals, tower structural assessments, custom process, fiber delivery, and permanent power availability. In parallel, we are advancing efforts to enhance battery backup and hardening of existing infrastructure through 2026 to ensure continuity of operations during power outages or other disruptions. As for federal broadband funding and the BEAD program, T-Mobile has engaged in constructive discussions with the USVI Office of Management and Budget regarding the interest in aligning our network expansion initiatives with the BEAD program. As part of this engagement, T-Mobile proposed a plan centered on enhancing wireless resiliency, mobility, and coverage, particularly in areas where these capabilities are critical to ensure service continuity during emergencies and meet evolving connectivity needs.
Council,
While T-Mobile
Council,
appreciates...
Can you please slow down? Espérate para mí, por favor. A little slower.
All right, no problem.
Gracias.
No problem. While T-Mobile appreciates the collaborative dialogue and recognition of the proposal's merit, we understand, based on OMB's consultation with NTIA, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, the federal program officer, that under the territory's current implementation strategy, this type of wireless deployment activity is not eligible for BEAD funding. As communicated to us, this approach reflects the commitments made by the territory under BEAD guidelines and its Fiber First investment framework, developed in coordination with NTIA. Although BEAD guidance at the federal level allows for the inclusion of non-fiber technologies under certain conditions, we recognize that each jurisdiction has discretion in determining the most appropriate path to meet its goals. In the case of the USVI, that strategy currently prioritizes non-deployment fund uses. T-Mobile continues to invest private capital to advance network resiliency and expand mobile broadband access in the territory. Our approach is designed to complement other infrastructure efforts by providing reliable wireless coverage that support public safety, economic mobility, and digital inclusion. We look forward to continued collaboration with the OMB, NTIA, and other stakeholders to explore how future funding opportunities may support integrated solutions that include wireless technologies, particularly in geographies where flexibility and speed of deployment are key to ensuring universal connectivity. As for coordination with government agencies, T-Mobile appreciates the continued collaboration with local government agencies and recognizes the important work underway to improve permitting and infrastructure coordination. While we often rely on trusted partners and vendors to navigate these processes. We note that recurrent delays, particularly related to tower assessments, Department of Planning and Natural Resources permitting, customs clearance, and power connection have historically impacted project timelines. To support more efficient planning and execution of telecommunications infrastructure, we respectfully recommend the consideration of service level agreements, SLAs, or similar mechanisms to define expected turnaround time for permitting and utility requests related to network development. In relation to number portability and inter-carrier coordination, T-Mobile fully complies with federal regulations regarding number portability and supports efforts that facilitate smooth and timely transition between providers. T-Mobile welcomes continued cooperation among carriers and regulatory bodies to ensure that number portability supports consumer choice, competition, and continuity of service without technical or administrative barriers. In relation to customer experience and operational updates, as part of our commitment to delivering best-in-class service in the USVI, T-Mobile recently transitioned customer service calls routing from the territory from a third-party vendor to an internal customer experience center. This strategic shift enables us to provide more personalized, responsive, and regionally aligned support backed by enhanced employee training. It also strengthens our ability to resolve issues quickly and build stronger relationships with our USVI customer base. While T-Mobile continues to promote the convenience and efficiency of digital self-service tools, in-store engagement remains a cornerstone of our customer experience model in the territory. Both our St. Thomas and St. Croix retail locations have been consistent quarter-over-quarter increase in foot traffic, reflecting the ongoing importance of in-person service and in a multi-channel environment that blends digital innovation and human connection. These efforts, alongside with our localized service enhancement, retail presence, and network improvement, are very tangible results. T-Mobile recorded outstanding churn and numbers last year, the best since our launch in the territory back in 2022. These milestones reflect the strong customer satisfaction, increased loyalty, and growing confidence in our ability to deliver reliable and value-driven services to the Virgin Islands residents. As for strengthening digital progress, T-Mobile is proud of tangible progress made in the USVI over the past year and remains deeply committed to providing reliable, innovative, and inclusive telecommunication solutions that meet the evolving needs of residents, businesses, and public institutions. We thank this committee for the opportunity to present our testimony and for its continued leadership in advancing the territory's digital future. We welcome your questions and look forward to our ongoing partnership in building a more connected, resilient, and equitable Virgin Islands. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council. T-Mobile. Next, we're going to go to Director Ross. BIT, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Blyden and members of the committee. I am Rupert Ross, Director of the Bureau of Information Technology. Thank you for the opportunity to update you on our progress in improving interoperability, cybersecurity, and the management of government websites and digital portals used to serve and communicate with the public. BIT leads the development and maintenance of the government's data centers, office automation systems, data communication networks, and application infrastructure. We also coordinate disaster recovery and ensure the security of government information systems. We have made notable progress in improving interoperability across government systems. Our Government Network Operations and Security Center, GNOSC, serves as the hub for secure network operations and managed services, connecting agencies and enabling greater integration. We have also consolidated network infrastructure and standardized to reduce fragmentation and improve operational efficiency. Cybersecurity remains top priority. We have adopted the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, CSF 2.0, and a risk management framework to continuously assess and mitigate risks. Through the GNOSC, we provide real-time threat monitoring, incident triage, and response. We transition to centralized endpoint management using Microsoft Intune and upgraded from Microsoft 365 E3 to E5 licensing to enhance threat protection, data loss prevention, and insider risk management. We've issued government-wide cybersecurity policies and work closely with agency IT leads to ensure consistent implementation. Our partnerships with the MSISAC and CISA and other federal entities enhance our threat intelligence and response coordination. We also prioritize workforce development by training our cybersecurity team and providing security awareness programs to government employees. Additionally, we recently completed a core network infrastructure upgrade to increase resiliency as part of our continuous improvement. We have also identified the need to strengthen governance at both the strategic organizational level and in specialized areas such as data management and privacy. Establishing formal governance structures and policies in this area is a current priority for BIT, and we're actively working with agency stakeholders and partners to define standards and frameworks that will further enhance accountability, data integrity, and citizen trust in government systems. We continue to expand ServiceNow as a platform to digitize government processes. While early rollouts offered valuable lessons, we are restructuring the phased adoption to maximize its effectiveness across agencies. Our focus remains on centralizing service portals, automating workflows, and improving case management to increase accessibility, transparency, and efficiency. We are currently standardizing and modernizing government websites to ensure a consistent, secure, and user-friendly experience. As part of our implementation of Act 8857, we have begun evaluating agency websites and digital services to assess compliance and identify modernization needs. BIT is also actively working to define the technology and design frameworks that will support standardization across all agency websites and services. This includes reviewing hosting environments, security configurations, content management systems, and design standards to create a common foundation for future development. Our goal is to streamline user experiences, reduce redundancy, and ensure a unified digital presence for the government of the Virgin Islands, guided by Act 8857, the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act, enacted by the Virgin Islands Legislature. It provides a framework for uniform design, mobile responsiveness, accessibility for individuals with disabilities, and elimination of duplicative services. We are improving website accessibility, content management, and resilience to ensure continuity of operations. As we look to the future, we also recognize the emerging role of artificial intelligence in enhancing government operations and service delivery. BIT is exploring opportunities to responsibly leverage AI to improve workflow automation, enhance cybersecurity threat detection, and provide more responsive and efficient digital services to our residents. We remain committed to evaluating these tools thoughtfully with a focus on security, privacy, and equity. In closing, I thank the committee for its continued support. While challenges remain with collaboration and sustained investment, we are confident in our ability to strengthen interoperability, enhance cybersecurity, and deliver modern digital services for the people of the Virgin Islands. I also want to recognize the talented and dedicated team at the Bureau of Information Technology, whose hard work and professionalism make these accomplishments possible. BIT remains committed to creating a secure, resilient, and accessible digital environment that empowers government operation and serves the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Ross. And last but not least, we're going to go to the Water and Power Authority. CEO Knight, you recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chairman, Senator Marvin Blyden, as well as the other esteemed members of the Senate that are present, and testifiers, listening and viewing audience, and the WAPA family. I'm Carl Knight, the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, often referred to as WAPA or simply as the Authority. I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss WAPA's role as it relates to the quality of telecommunications and broadband access in the territory. Simply put, WAPA continues to actively support the expansion of critical telecommunications and broadband infrastructure within the territory. Further, the authority understands the profound impact these services have on the daily lives of Virgin Islanders and their significance in the crucial sectors as education, healthcare, commerce, and emergency response. WAPA's role is fundamentally one of support. The authority provides equal access to poles, approximately 40,000 territory-wide, and infrastructure so that licensed telecommunications and broadband providers can deliver reliable service to the public. This support comes with oversight to ensure the integrity, reliability, safety, and federally funded requirements of the electric system that serves every resident and business. To better manage attachments to our system, WAPA contractors are now substantially complete and are coordinating the final transfer of a multi-million-dollar geographic information system study. This GIS study updates the transmission and distribution field inventory and mapping system. The GIS serves as the basis for accurate damage assessments, proper analysis for hosting capacity studies for alternative energy, line loss efficiency studies, crucial data for mitigation planning projects, dispatch and outage management systems, and it aids in the day-to-day operational planning of the authority. This study provides a detailed inventory of what is currently attached to WAPA poles and helps determine what equipment can safely be supported moving forward to ensure the integrity of the pole. Before any equipment can be attached to the authority's poles or our underground infrastructure, the licensee must complete a pole attachment application. This application must detail the items to be attached, including technical specifications, the number of poles involved. Following the submission, an assessment is conducted to ensure that the proposed attachments are safe and compliant with legal standards. This assessment allows the authority to review the items in the context of the pole's composition and the existing attachments already on the pole. The proposed equipment must not compromise the integrity of the pole, especially during extreme weather conditions. Upon completion of the assessment, the licensee is notified of any necessary preparatory work before the attachment can be made. Where needed, pole upgrades or reinforcements must be made. Wind loading is especially critical in our hurricane-prone region. Unauthorized attachments and undocumented equipment installation are no longer tolerated under the new data-backed system, with active audits and enforcement measures already underway. Moving forward, all attachments must be submitted for approval and undergo proper engineering assessments with clear time frames. WAPA employs a combination of traditional wooden poles and advanced composite poles, with each composite pole valued significantly higher than wooden poles. A controlled process is essential to preserve their warranties and maintain the long-term cost-benefit decision tied to the FEMA-backed resilience mandates. Consequently, it's imperative that licensees strictly follow the manufacturer's guidelines to prevent any potential warranty voidance and to secure storm hardening initiatives. In addition to supporting telecommunication equipment, WAPA's poles host critical public safety systems like an acoustic sensor system that detects and locates gunshots to help law enforcement respond quickly. It is essential that these attachments are managed to coordinate in methodical manner to prevent any potential interference and ensure smooth operation. We also assist public safety with closed-circuit camera installations as well. Licensees are also required to comply with all electrical and safety standards, as well as federal requirements for their installations and equipment operation, including the National Electrical Safety Code. For example, RF emitting devices must include disconnect mechanisms and continuous exposure monitoring to permit technicians and line workers to be able to work safely on the poles where these devices are located. We also take this time to remind this body that Act 7240 mandated that WAPA provide an in-kind match totaling $15,500,000 to secure the federal broadband grant under the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. As part of this mandate, WAPA and VINGN entered into a memorandum of agreement on September 30th, 2011. This agreement outlines the specific resources to be provided by WAPA for the project, and it includes the usage of certain underground fiber and underground electrical infrastructure. Under the September 2011 MOA, WAPA is precluded from engaging in the telecommunications business as a middle mile or last mile provider, ensuring that it does not compete with VINGN and supports the stated public goals of VINGN. Additionally, VINGN is granted sole and exclusive use of specific underground conduits that are owned and controlled by WAPA, which forms a significant part of the match resources provided to VINGN. In conclusion, WAPA is a partner in supporting telecommunications and broadband development while also ensuring public safety. WAPA must safeguard that pole attachments do not put the utility system at risk. The utility infrastructure is critical to the health and safety of our entire community. Again, I thank the Senate and the public for the opportunity to discuss WAPA's support for the telecommunications and broadband industry in the territory. And to the extraordinary men and women of the WAPA family, thank you for showing the strength and spirit of service that lifts this community and supports our partners. The WAPA team is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, CEO Knight. I first want to thank all of the testifiers for their testimonies. Very on point, a lot of good information that we can really deep dive into, and I appreciate that. The lineup will be, in terms of my colleagues, Senator Clifford Joseph Sr., Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Kurt Viale, and then Senator Dwayne DeGraff and myself last. But before we do that, I'm going to take a quick recess so my testifiers can do what they got to do quickly before we go into our line of questioning. We will start with 7 minutes, okay? So we stand in recess for 2 minutes. We're back on the record. Before we go to our line of questioning, I neglected to have the clerk read Liberty's testimony onto the record. It's only 2 pages, so I'll let her proceed with reading that testimony onto the record. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Testimony of Ravendra Mewalal, Liberty VI Country Manager, before the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, May 14, 2025. Mr. Chairman, members of the 36th Legislature Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen, I am Ravendra Mewalal, Liberty VI General Manager. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee to provide information on present infrastructure projects and updates on other topics. I take this opportunity to introduce the area manager, planning. These are individuals who would attend with them. Connect VI update. To date, we have built approximately 10,800 homes passed. Currently, we are working on projects on Barron Spot and Clifford Hill in St. Croix, and Mariandal, Friedenhoy, and Bovoni in St. Thomas. We are working closely with DPW and maintaining an open line of communications throughout the different stages of the project. I want to take this opportunity to thank Commissioner Gabriel and his team for their time and continued support. We are also happy to report that we have finalized the pole attachment agreement with WAPA and are having weekly meetings to start getting pole attachment permits for the aerial part of the project. Initial permits are expected before the end of April. Currently, we have submitted approximately 34 project applications to WAPA. That amounts to approximately 8,000 home passes. I thank CEO Knight, Attorney Sinclair, and the rest of the WAPA team for their commitment and the drive in getting us to where we are today during a time they faced many challenges. As mentioned in the last update, we had reached an interim dark fiber lease agreement with VINGN, which played a pivotal role in allowing us to reach the 10,800 homes passed. Over the last several months, we have had several meetings on finalizing a long-term IRU agreement, which we believe should be completed before the end of May. CEO Adams and his team has been of tremendous help, and we thank them for their continued support on this project. Mobile updates. Regarding our mobile network in 2024, we added 4 new sites to enhance network coverage and capacity. These additions have expanded 5G coverage and increased network speeds by up to 26% for the customers of the U.S. Virgin Islands. This represents a 19% increase in mobile sites in the territory, with all sites equipped with LTE technology. According to the latest census, these sites now cover 99.3% of the population. Overall, these improvements have significantly enhanced 5G coverage. We are aware of these improvements do not address all issues, but we continue to optimize our networks to improve the remaining shortcomings. In 2024, benchmarking survey performed by Global Wireless Solutions, Inc. and Ookla, Liberty Network was found to be the fastest on St. Croix and tied with one of our competitors on St. Thomas. We also have 9 deployment projects scheduled for 2025, which include the following: 5 LTE 5G expansion projects. These are to install LTE 5G technology in already existing sites, improving the service speeds for customers using these sites. This initiative will deploy an all-new frequency to Liberty's network, 600 megahertz, that will be translated into a better customer experience. 4 new site builds, monopoles. We aim to address coverage and capacity issues with 4 additional new site builds or monopoles. We are in the permitting process for these additional new site builds, 1 in St. Thomas and 2 in St. Croix and 1 in St. John. All 4 sites are part of the commitment between the U.S. VI government and the FirstNet Authority. We are also pleased to say that our operations have normalized, where portability requests are being addressed in a business-as-usual manner, with a few instances requiring special attention or action. There are still a few customers with billing inaccuracies, but rest assured that our team continues to refine our processes to eliminate these. Finally, we are aware that the Virgin Islands Broadband Office, VIBO, has allocated the $27.1 million in BEAD funding for workforce development training, community digital capacity initiatives, and economic transformation initiatives. Nevertheless, we have requested that some of the funding be allocated for a subsidy similar to the one provided by the Affordable Connectivity Act. This would allow Virgin Islanders to receive help towards their broadband bills and support the initiatives the VIBO has already announced. I reaffirm our commitment as partners to the legislature, the government of the Virgin Islands, and the committee as a whole. We will be agents of change to provide improved telecommunication services to the Virgin Islands. Finally, I am happy to report that in 2024, our CSR arm, Liberty Foundation, donated $77,500 in grants, scholarships, and donations to 17 nonprofits in the territory. Overall, Liberty and Liberty Foundation has benefited 27 nonprofit organizations in the VI with $416,000 in donations since 2020. We appreciate the opportunity to work with this commission and its members, DPW, WAPA, and other entities as a community partner promoting the development of telecommunication services and the communities within the Virgin Islands. We will continue partnering with the government of the USVI and the community as a whole to make these Virgin Islands better for future generations to come. By ensuring that the USVI has a best-in-class telecommunications infrastructure that will attract more businesses to the territory and provide best-in-class services to the citizens of these islands. Before closing, I would be remiss if I did not express heartfelt thanks to my team for their unwavering support during the very trying period. We could not achieve what we have without their devout commitment and hard work to deliver to our customers. Once again, I thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today. Please let me know if I can provide any additional information or clarification. At this time, my team and I welcome any questions that you may have. Respectfully, Ravendra Mewalal.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Before I go to Senator Clifford Joseph for his line of questioning, which will be 7 minutes, I have three inquiries from constituents, one for T-Mobile, one for VINGN, and one for one for one. My first question to VINGN, well, that's for me really, and a constituent who called in respect to connectivity in other housing communities. I know we've been speaking about that for some time, and he spoke to that, but I was told that Contact Nose does not have any connectivity up there. Do you have a list of all of the housing communities that actually has connectivity in their community centers?
Yes. Yes, we actually have, when VINGN's network was built, it was built to all CAIs, which would include all housing communities. And not all of them have been restored since the hurricane. We do have Wi-Fi at most all of them. We will provide you a list,
please,
of all the ones that are active and the ones that are on the slated to be rebuilt.
Please, through the chair, I appreciate that. And also for T-Mobile, Council, let me ask you, because we have spoken for some time and we have been at this for some time, in respect to the Department of Education, have there been any movement with the 10 million program that you are doing in other states when it comes to our students in the territory? Have there been any movement with the Department of Education?
Yes, Senator and Chairman, thank you for the question. We anticipated that you would ask about the Project Million program. For the benefit of those who don't know that program, it's a T-Mobile initiative designed to provide free internet access to 10 million students across the U.S. Who lack reliable connectivity. Yes, Senator, we are very thankful to you and your office for the information provided, for the connection that you provided within the USBI Department of Education. We got the information and we are building the business case in order to include the USBI as part of the program. And hopefully we will have good news very soon. But we are very thankful for the information. We asked the chairman's office for information on data on the Department of Education, the amount of households and the sort, and all of that information was provided, and we were able to work on our business case with that information that was provided.
Thank you so much for that, and it's also edification for my colleagues or those who didn't understand. T-Mobile had a program called 10 million in respect to students throughout the United States, and we inquired for them to do the same thing in the territory, and we reached out to the Department of Education. The information was not forthcoming as fast as necessary, so my office went ahead and did what we had to do in terms of providing the data for them in order for them to move forward with a program in the territory, because when there's opportunity for our students or anyone in the territory, we should take advantage, and it really bothers me that many times we don't do what we're supposed to do. And so I want to thank them for moving forward, and I look forward to seeing what it does in terms of our students' outcome. Also, the last inquiry is to one. I had a constituent text me a while ago and spoke to issues number one when it comes to customer service. I was told that the customer service rep goes on lunch during lunchtime when most people are working, who comes there to do the business during the lunchtime. So if you can look into that for me, please, I'll really appreciate it, because that's unacceptable if that's true, because lunchtime, most people at work come to do their business. So it makes sense to have someone there to deal with whatever they come to do. Secondly, also, I got a next text stating that in terms of your operations when it comes to, for instance, they said that they were being billed for cable, and they don't have any cable for 6 months, but they were being billed for cable, and then when they finally got it taken care of, it was connected the 26th of the month, and they actually charged them for the whole month when it was connected on the 26th. So see if you can tighten up when it comes to your customer service at one. I appreciate that. Because I know you're new, so I'm just letting you know some of the complaints I've gotten. Okay?
We will look into it, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes, 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the listening public. Good morning to everyone in the legislature. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to my colleagues. This question is for Liberty and One. We got customers complaining that when they travel to the mainland, they're getting a roaming indication on the phones. Any reason for the roaming?
Thank you for your question. We would be on other carriers when we go to the mainland, but it would work, and it is included in our plan, so it isn't at a charge to the customer. But because of our relationships and our agreements, we would be on another carrier when you get to the mainland.
Okay, that's pretty. Okay, well, I guess nobody's here for Liberty today to answer this, but the next question we have is the 340 area code. We're now looking at we're not a U.S. destination because on the mainland, we're not being recognized. It's in the banking institutions and like the others, that 340 area code, you can't even get through to certain customer service. Any reason for the 340 not being working?
I'm not aware of that, but I will look into it with my colleagues. I think my general counsel is also on with me, and we would take a note and we would refer back to the committee on our findings.
Oh, okay, via buyer/one. Okay, no, one, no more buyer. So Are you a beneficiary of the RT Park?
Yes, we are.
And as a beneficiary, so when does your certificate expires?
In 2026.
In 2026. So how is it that you're moving jobs outside of the Virgin Islands or the territory while benefiting from our territory?
Part of our evolution and looking at our cost structures, understanding how we can be viable in an industry where cost is growing. Some of the times we've had to make hard decisions. I think my predecessor would have walked this committee through the thought process behind some of those changes. We remain committed, however, to the current structure and in engaging and ensuring that the Virgin Island persons become part of our workforce. I would have mentioned in our current structure, the universal tech. So we are investing heavily in Virgin Islanders becoming part of our workforce. But as we have evolved over time, sometimes some of these roles change. And we've had to make some decisions within the past few years to address some of our issues and some of our costing.
Yeah, because a lot of it ain't really making sense. Financially, you're gaining from the Virgin Islands, and then you don't want to use the people here. It's not making any sense to me personally. Because only thing I saw, some of what you said that makes sense earlier in your testimony was the other companies reaching out before they dig. So I'd like to ask this question. So when you do have a damaged line, who cures your finances as far as you go out and you make a repair? Is the person who did the damage responsible for paying you guys back?
We do attempt to recover some of that cost, but at the time where it is an emergency, the first thing is that we have to get that cost, and we bear the brunt of that cost because it's normally customer impacting, and so the urgency of that means that we have the repairs and then try to negotiate to recover it. It's not in all instances that we're able to fully recover those costs.
So what about the customer? Does the customer recover any of that loss though? Because at times you go down an island, whole day. I mean, if you have an emergency, you're on your own, and here it is, end of the month, your bill is the same.
I think in the last, and I will definitely look into that, but in the last All Island, which would have been St. John in December, in January, there would have been some compensation to customers. I will verify that. That was the last thing that I know. Normally, we do, depending on the length of the outage, try to address that with customers' billing. So it is, again, in our one promise where we are customer first, it is the transparency of the notification first, and then determining how we can recompensate when there are at-length outages. It is part of the reason why we have addressed this here, because sometimes these outages are not within our control. We do rely on other partners, and so whilst we understand that the customer sees us first, there are things that we would like to address with our partners, and so these are part of our challenges. And yes, we do want to ensure that our customers are not heavily impacted.
Okay, thank you for your answers. Your response, anyway. I got a question for the Commissioner of Public Works. Commissioner Gabriel, I actually traversed the eastern end of the island yesterday, and I saw on the south going towards Laurie Hill and Tide Village that you guys are grinding up to get ready to repave the area where one of the contractors were digging. So, again, I know we got planned for WAPA lines.
30 seconds.
Waste management, and maybe one or two of these other telephone companies. So at this point, I think we need to get to the point where we kind of plan, slow down and plan, because I mean, we need the infrastructure to be fixed, but the constant repairing of road and redigging of road to repave again, I think we need to collaborate and get this going correctly and for final. And I surely don't agree with the shallow trenching, because
Time.
it ain't making any sense.
I guess to respond, good morning, Senator Joseph. What I would say is that we do spend a significant amount of time doing utility coordination. As you mentioned, there are a number of utilities that we do try to give our paving schedule, whether it is current local projects, federal projects, or the undergrounding bundles that we have. We do spend a lot of time. Unfortunately, there are some instances where project schedules and funding don't align, and we do have to go forward with certain projects knowing that there's a possibility that we may have to dig them up. But we do spend a lot of time on coordination. I will take it back to the team to see if we can maybe be a little bit more effective with some of the coordination efforts that we're doing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you for your response, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Judah, for your line of questioning. Before I go to Senator Fonseca, point of information, let me ask you, CEO Alexander, for one, in respect to your testimony, you spoke to your technician and giving them extensive training in terms of universal technician, right? First of all, how many employees, local employees, do you still have on board? And number two, how many technicians do you have on board in terms of that training for those individuals?
So we have about 80%, actually more than that, of our workforce is Virgin Islanders. They're local. Our technicians, out of that, is the majority of our staff are actually technicians, and they are Virgin Islanders, born, raised. And so that actually is upskilling those persons, giving them more of access, one, and two, viability. So we're looking at in a world where fiber becomes first and mobile also, we have cable specialists that we're actually broadening their horizon. And we do think that apart from the benefit we have, it is also towards the technician growth. So to answer your question, if my calculations are correct, we have over 70 staff within the technician that fall within that framework.
Okay, very well. And lastly, in respect to, we talk about a service, but in terms of pricing, because I get a lot of complaint in terms of the price going up frequently. In respect to that, how can you address that? What's going on in that space? Why? The other question, why?
So when we look at pricing from a telecoms perspective, there's a lot of cost structures that are invisible to the consumer. So we're talking, and especially given our geographic location, we're talking about transport cost, which is different from mainland. So when we do the comparison, which I think in your opening you drew reference to, yes, there is a vast difference between what mainland can access and what we have. Our equipment cost, our transport cost, our labor cost are very much different. And if I refer to the last benchmarking that FCC did, they've actually clarified and categorized the Virgin Islands as rural. And when you look at that rural to urban benchmarking, we're actually very much in line with that pricing. So the consideration, and when we look at our own costs and what we can and will not pass to the consumer, it's extensive. And as we increase capacity to the 300s, 1 gig, and also the mobile capacity on 5G, our transport cost changes because outside external bandwidth, international bandwidth, to get to the mainland and out to the internet increases. So there are cost structures that we try to absorb and we try to mitigate. And that's part of the reason why bid funding is actually one of the things that we continue to talk about, because it's not accessibility, it's affordability, and how we can subsidize and work with agencies to get funding to reduce costs to the customer is where our focus is. But yes, we do have considerable costs that I think all of us have to bear, and it becomes important and almost impossible not to do some price rises after a while.
Okay, very well. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your point of information?
Well, Sir Popa, I ain't sure I understand that response to your question, Mr. Chair. But I want to ask here, I want to follow up on the distinguished senator from St. Croix, because I'm glad that you mentioned that you always put the Virgin Islanders first. However, you mention it on page 6, which is actually the last page of your testimony. So I want to ask you here real quickly. One Communications is now owned by a Guyanese company, or is it locally owned?
One Communications parent company is ATN, which is in the US and has been since 2017. We're not owned. It is One Communications, has 4 subsidiaries across Guyana, Cayman Islands, Bermuda, and USVI, and so we're rebranded as One. That's the name, but our parent company is actually ATN International.
Okay, so the Priors no longer have an interest in the company?
Yes, they do. They do have shareholdings, more than 34% in ATN.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the listening and viewing audience, as well as my colleagues and also our testifiers. Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate the items you have on today's agenda. They are very timely. I want to also follow up with a question to One, because for me, I'm looking, and this is a question I posed to your predecessor, Ms. Geraldine Pitt, as an ex officio member of the Public Services Commission. We are having a hard time swallowing that our local people are losing their jobs at your telecommunication, knowing that they were in turn paying income taxes here. And so we're looking at the erosion, and we're looking also at economies of scale, knowing that this is a very small community, a very microcosm of a community, and we could least afford to have our tax base and our local people are losing their jobs and then being outsourced to another nation, because that's what it is. They're being outsourced, their positions are being outsourced to another nation, although your parent company is here. Is there any reconsideration as you move forward in your strategy, Ms. Alexander?
I think every day that we operate, we reevaluate decisions. We look at what is the best for the company. I think my predecessor would have articulated why the decision was for customer care. In terms of scalability and operability, that was one of the considerations there. And so we've moved that arm of the business out. We do have other benefits. So some of our engineering team actually also operates from here, but supports the other islands. So when we talk about a region, it is trying to get the best out of the talent and maximizing. I note the concerns of the Senate in terms of moving jobs. And so, yes, it is something that is fluid, and we will continue to look at it. At this time, the decisions of where jobs are and the customer care element, which is what probably is top of mind, remains in our sister market.
I'm a VIA customer. I've been a VIA customer for I would say forever. And one of the things that puzzles me, and I could only talk about myself, and I know it was mentioned by one of my other colleagues, that the bill is constantly increasing without any information and justification as why that increases. We don't get any information. I haven't, and I read my bills. I just got a notice by text about my increase in my bill, and I don't understand. It used to be $99. And it has steadily increased, and I'm still getting the same level of bandwidth service. So I'm trying to understand how that happens. How is One now communicating to its customers why these increases are happening? Feel like you're just getting the increase. And yes, I have a choice. I have a choice to go to Liberty. But just like many of us who are in the Virgin Islands, we are very loyal people, committed, And so VIA has migrated into one, and it was another company before it was VIA. So we're committed because we know we have family members who are part of your family, and we understand the bigger picture. The bigger picture is to make sure our families are taken care of too. Because again, this is a small community. So what is causing the increases? Can you do some public information on why specifically for me, my internet is increasing every time? What is causing that?
Thanks for your question, Senator. A few things I think I've outlined in terms of our own costing, equipment, bandwidth, etc. I note your concerns too about the level of communication that we're doing. And with the one brand promise, one of the things is to become a lot more customer focused. So I note that it's possibly part of the education that we need to do for customers to understand why we're doing what we're doing, to be upfront and transparent in these conversations. So it is one of the things that we will take on board, and it is part of the new brand promise of notifications, etc. But let me just outline. Whereas maybe your bandwidth hasn't changed, when we look at the usage on our backbone, for instance, connection from here to mainland, for instance, we've had to increase capacity. I would have referred to also last year that we've done network expansions in the mobile space where we've had now 21 new 5G sites. All of these increase our cost. And so sometimes we have cost-based sharing, but it is our backbone cost that is changing.
And I don't want to cut you off, but I need to because I have other questions, and I thank you for that. Now, I wanted to shift gears to OMB with your bid. I really appreciate your testimony. However, it lacked the actual numbers. And at least to give us an insight on your spending plan.
1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, so can you provide your spending plan to the chair? How much have you spent thus far of this bid funding, this federal funding?
Sorry. Good day, Senator. To date, we have
State your name.
Samir Weber, B Director. To date, we have spent $77,308.
7,000?
$77,000.
77,000?
Yes.
Okay, and you got this funding from when?
We got it in 2023.
2023, and it lasts for how long? When does it expire?
June 30th, 2032.
2032.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't want us to get caught in the crossfire with monies being clawed back. You know, everything now is in jeopardy. Nothing is certain. And so we need to assure that this is, are you meeting your grant benchmarks on spending this money, as well as whatever deliverables you're supposed to make to the federal government?
Yes, we are. Just to be transparent with you.
Please speak into the mic. You don't have to look at us.
Yes.
Just talk to the mic.
Yeah, just to be transparent with you, at the moment we only have access to $1.2 million, which is our initial planning funds. Once we meet all our deliverables and submit our final proposal, we'll get access to the remaining funds and we can execute our projects.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I do have one burning following question. Thank you so kindly. Now, this question is for WAPA. I really appreciate your testimony today, but I have received some calls from constituents, and it's regarding the wiring and the brush in the wiring. Are you doing or planning any cutting of any of the foliage that we have that is really intertwining with our above ground wiring that includes your WAPA lines, as well as some of the human beings from their lines as well?
Good morning, Senator. Carl Knight, CEO, VI WAPA. Yes, we are. We routinely do what we call vegetation management or tree trimming. We routinely do clear vegetation from our lines. We are also beefing up our capacity to do so by trying to redevelop dedicated tree trimming, vegetation management crews within the authority. So we are working towards doing so, and we are also working towards bringing back, re-engaging with outside contractors to support us in that effort as well.
That is something that is critical because I just had a constituent from Estate Thomas. She's an elder, and she drives. She said the trees are so high up in Estate Thomas that she can't even see around the bend, and she's afraid that she's going to get in an accident. So I will share with your staff and you the area location. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your leeway. You've been very gracious. I appreciate it deeply.
Thank you so much, Senator Carla Joseph, for your line of questioning. Before I go to Senator Fonseca, CEO Knight, I know the last time you were here, I spoke to vegetation management and the importance of that, and you spoke to training for your team,
yes,
and also equipment, etc. How is that going in that space?
We are not where we want to be. We've been depending on some grant funding to really jumpstart that effort. We've identified the trainer. We've started to even identify the personnel that we want to have trained. But we are trying to secure some grant funding that is coming through the Virgin Islands Energy Office, and we're working with them through that process to really kickstart that effort in earnest.
My colleague is on point because with all the rain these days, oh my God, everything is going too fast, so quickly. What are you doing in the interim? What's going to be done in the interim? Because especially by my area, it's really, 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 really terrible.
So in the interim, I mean, the line workers do go out and do maintenance on vegetation. It's not the best use of their time and skills, so we are trying to supplement and augment them. And I should put out an appeal and say to property owners that have vegetation on the lots that are privately owned, because most of the times our issues are on privately owned lots, please do what you can to assist us by maintaining the vegetation on your lots as well.
And how do you call in to report, for instance, if you see an area that's really bad? How do we get it across to your team in order for you to assist and deal with the situation? Because many times you don't know. So how do we get that message to you?
The main customer service numbers, you can provide a trouble call on the main customer service numbers,
which is
773-2250 in the St. Croix district, 774-3552. Either one works for both districts.
Thank you so much. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to take this opportunity to say congratulations to all of the 142 dolphins at Lockard Elementary that was promoted. The first student was Evan Nigel Foy, and second student was Galido Naomi Tagotungan. And congratulations to the 124 graduates at Borta Sebo Shelter, the Blazers. First honor student was Janelle Hodge. Second was Camilla David, and also elementary school. They had 52 graduates. Principal Dr. Najaya Board, and the first honor student was Kimu Jahanja Jr., and the second honors was Cletus Baron. And also, finally, to Janie Twitt School. They had 22 graduates. And the first honor student was Nakaya DeFrete, and the second was Javan Donnelly. And congratulations to all the graduates, to all the schools. That's so important that we continue to honor our youths. So, Ms. Alexander, I'm going to start with you because, you know, it's so interesting that I wanted to ask you, you generate more revenue from your phones or from your internet?
From our internet lines.
From your internet. So you see, that's so interesting because the PSC don't regulate your internet bills, but they do regulate the phone bills. Am I correct on that?
Yes, you are, Senator.
Yes. And see, you have sitting right next to you a gentleman from WAPA that you know, has to go before the PFC, and he has a hard time. You with your biggest bill, you don't have to get, you know, monitored from the PSC. You can just raise the bill. And I have to follow up on what my colleague, the female senator sitting next to you, said, is that the bills are going up. The bills are going up, and I don't think the service is increasing. You know, you give us some, you know, complicated and articulate jargon here, on all of the bits and all of the speeds and all these things, but we're not seeing no increases in service. We're not seeing no improvement. You talk about they were open, you open more hours on Saturdays. Via used to be open on Saturdays. You used to be able to pay the bill. Y'all cut it down when you did the reduction, and now you're putting it back. So that's like, that's not an improvement in my concern. But I wanted to get here real quickly to those that were left or terminated or separated. There were some seasoned employees. So what was a typical separation package they had? How do they deal with the health insurance, et cetera, et cetera? And do you offer your full-time employees health insurance? And please be succinct with your answers, because I have some more questions.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we offer our employees health packages. We went above and beyond as with the separation packages. We carried the employees for about 6 months on health, and we did help them transition into whatever choices they did after they left fire.
Okay, and so your current employees, do you pay a percentage of the health insurance benefits? The current employees, do you pay a percentage of the health insurance, or they pay 100%? What's the match, the company match?
We pay health insurance.
You pay 100%?
50%.
You pay 50%? Okay, that's commendable. So I want to go quickly now. I want to ask Liberty about your micro trenching. So all of them are between the 18 to 24 inches, or there's some variations, because the Commissioner of Public Works made a note that was very important. How are your trenches? All of them within the 18 to 24 inches?
No Liberty.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're not here. Okay, so Public Works Commissioner, can you answer that question about the trenches from Liberty and all the others, Liberty being the major one?
So for Liberty, I can tell you it varies. Most of what they are doing now, they are using the micro-trenching method. So it is a bit shallower than 18 to 24 inches. In some cases, it's as shallow as 6 to 8 inches. I think most cases it is about 12 that they're trying to achieve. As far as the other utilities go, most adhere to our normal trenching depth. But I do know, again, whenever micro-trenching is used, it does go shallower than the 18 inches as we recommend.
Yeah, colleagues, I think we probably need to look into that, though, as a legislature, with VIA being that the Public Service Commission doesn't have authority to regulate the internet. I know there's some complications, some details involved, but that bill is unregulated, and that bill is going up all the time. All the time. My colleague just testified that hers is over $100. Mine is over $100, and I asked her several questions of other, employees of the legislature. All of them are over $100. My internet bill rivals what I pay to WAPA. No, I'm not defending WAPA, but my internet bill rivals what I pay to WAPA, and I use WAPA all the time. I'm using power all the time. I don't use my internet all the time. So we got to look at this, because this affects the Virgin Islands. So let me ask one question, Ms. Alexander. How many internet customers do you have? How many customers?
I stand corrected, but I think we're over 24,000.
24,000. Let me ask the director for WAPA, how many electrical meter accounts do you have?
On the electrical side, we have about 55,000 electrical customers.
Okay, so you see 24,000, internet 55, WAPA. So about half, we have about half the persons that we have on WAPA, they have internet. This is 22,000, 24,000 persons. We have to look at, do we need to regulate our internet bills? We got to look at the details. There's some intricacies involved, but the bill, your internet bill right now is out of control. It's going up too much. The internet bill is going up too much, and the service has not increased. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca, for your line of questioning. Let me ask, you know what, let me go to Senator Kurt Viale. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought you were going to ask a question. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. So before us today, we have a rebranding of a company that have existed in the Virgin Islands for quite a while. And I know in this rebranding, the new individual said that I know on page 3 of a testimony, I know that recently some members of the Senate have expressed concern about One Communications restructuring efforts and the impact that it is having on our employees. So I want to take a moment to address this. And then they said, oh, we're making financial decisions, you know, we have to revisit blah, blah, blah. We're doing this to make sure that the company remains viable. But the key is that, one, which was via receiving benefits, tax exemptions, because they were a RT Park tenant, and they were receiving those exemptions under the Economic Development Authority. And in some areas, those exemptions are 100% from paying taxes. The reason why tax incentives were given to companies coming to the Virgin Islands was to maintain employees, to grow the workforce, to have a base that are going to receive additional benefits, healthcare insurance, retirement. And what VIA has been doing is systematically getting rid of those individuals, transferring those positions to Guyana, and getting rid of Virgin Islanders that have worked in those areas for over 20 years. So how can you say that that is a prudent financial decision? Prudent for who? For the company or for the Virgin Islands? Ms. Alexander.
I note your comments, Senator. It is a balance between both employee and company. So the decisions that we make, we try to balance customer, company, and employee.
It's a balance for one, and that's why you rename. You're hoping that we forget what VIA has done to the employees of the Virgin Islands. Ain't a balance with the Virgin Islands. But I just wanted to send a word out to the company that it's not going to be allowed to just continue that you could come into our territory, receive tax benefits, and fire the local employees that are qualified and been in key positions in the particular company. So your certificate is up in 26. And it's the responsibility of this body to make sure that if that certificate is renewed, it's renewed under different guidelines. And the RT Park need to be a bit more transparent, and they need to have the same compliance rules and regulations that the Economic Development Authority has. And that is going to be codified so that no longer can companies come to the Virgin Islands and take advantage and import and hire individuals in positions that were held by locally qualified Virgin Islanders. That's a definite no. Any other country, the repercussions would have been different. Any other country, it would not have been just so simple, we just fold our hand and just allow you to do what you want. Now, Commissioner Gabriel, this micro trenching, and from reading your testimony, it appears that you don't like it too much. Is that a fair assessment?
Good morning, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. We are not in too big a favor of it. I think that's a fair statement.
Okay, and I concur, because you said in micro trenching, some of the trenches are 6 inches only, right? 6 inches depth?
Yeah, that's correct. That is correct, Senator.
We got pothole 9 inches deep, a 6-inch trench, and a 9-inch pothole don't go together. And you look at pothole. I mean, you measure the depth of our potholes, and our streets are littered with potholes. And you will see that the depth isn't 6 inches, it's more 9. But if you have the trenching originally at the 18 to 24 inches, it's not likely that you're going to have the potholes so deep. You know, but I mean, we got to make sure that they're doing it in a way that it will be able to be sustainable and to last a long period of time. Because 6 inches, eventually, I mean, all the rain we've been getting and everything else, before you know it, that trench is gone. The fiber is going to get destroyed, and then you're losing service to a large part of the community. So I think that micro-trenching colleagues, you might need to just say no. You know, that individuals that are trenching need to spend what they're supposed to spend, because some of these companies, they're coming in and they're writing the bid as if they're going to be trenching 18 to 24 inches, sometimes receiving federal monies, and then they trench 6 inches, which is a big savior. I saw the work that was done up by Tide Village. Originally, Liberty placed concrete in the trench. All the concrete came out. Now I see that they're milling the road and they're getting ready to pave again. But Commissioner, how can we mandate that these companies that are expanding, some that are receiving federal funds for expansion, that after they trench, they immediately fix the road, and it doesn't stay in that condition for a long period of time? Tide Village has been in that way for over 1.5 years, that the road hasn't been totally fixed. How can we mandate through contracting, through your office, that it is done in a timely manner?
So I think that's a great question. One of the things that we're doing is, like I mentioned in my testimony, we're putting special conditions on a lot of the utility companies. So for example, with Liberty, they do have a time certain that they're supposed to do the restoration work. Now, I did mention in my testimony concerns and challenges, because like you mentioned, if they're restoring it immediately, but it's not proper restoration, then they might as well wait for a little while, right? I know for a while, like earlier in the first phase, their challenge was availability of asphalt and asphalt contractors, which is why they're using something which is one of the reasons why they're using something called mastic in some of these new phases. But what we're seeing is that the adhering of the mastic to the roadway really isn't, every application is very different. So I think for us, like what we're doing, and which is why I mentioned it, a lot of the applications have been on hold because we're looking at some of those special conditions that we've talked about. I think it's the last week in the month Liberty they're bringing down a couple companies to do some demonstrations for us so we could come up with a better restoration schedule and methodology. But right now, I mean, it really is for us to be on top of them, do the enforcement, get the daily inspections until we can find an amicable path forward with the restoration schedule and methodology.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, can I ask one more question, please?
Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Mr. Adams, when VINGN was formed, the original idea was that VINGN would provide the middle mile, and then all the companies, ISPs would connect to that particular middle mile. But it seemed like everybody's building a middle mile. How many middle miles do we have now? And can't some of these companies, instead of continuously digging up the road, just purchase the service from you?
Thank you, Senator.
That's your mic.
Excuse me?
Yeah, okay, go ahead now.
Thank you, Senator. Your assessment is actually correct. You know, we are a middle mile provider. We are not providing any end mile. All the ISPs do use VINGN to some degree. Liberty has, as was stated in their testimony, entered into an IRU, a long-term agreement for significant amount of conduit. We do have also agreements with One Communications for undersea cable and conversations in the past about more utilization of our network. VINGN's network is available to all the ISPs to use more of. And I have advocated in the past, especially when AT&T was installing FirstNet, that VINGN's network be used more readily, and I still hold strong to that belief.
Okay, I'll end with this. Colleagues, I really believe that we need to develop a procedure where they're going to utilize the middle mile of VINGN, because that's owned by the government of the Virgin Islands. and to stop allowing companies to create a next middle mile instead of purchasing the service from VINGN. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vialli. And on that note, Mr. Adams, let me ask you, because I was going there also, because in respect to when VINGN was created to provide a middle mile network, right? The demand for bandwidth have far exceeded that. So in that respect, are your network prepared to handle the demands for the next 10 to 20 years, in your opinion?
Yes, especially given the ARPA grant that we just used to upgrade our network from 10 gigabytes to 100. That is at least for the next 5 years. You know, when VINGN was formed, it was email, some very light commerce online, and now it's everything online. There's a lot of the, not only do we have internet traffic over our, but we also carry some phone traffic as well. So it doesn't matter where the traffic originates, it's bits and bytes. The good thing about our network is that it's pure fiber all the way through. So bandwidth of the fiber is not the issue, it's really the communication equipment on the ends. And the investment we just made, we made $3 million in investment to make sure that our transport can handle 100 gigs. So VINGN's network is well prepared for the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay, very well. I'm happy to hear that. And let me go back to one, in terms of pricing, because I'm hearing a lot about pricing. So let me put for the record in terms of your communication, one communication, 300 megabit, bundle cost $150 a month, correct, here in the territory?
It's about 100. It's a
$150
yes.
a month here in the territory, compared to the average price of $40 to $60 on the U.S. mainland. Now, perhaps more significantly, it is significantly more than in One Communications' home country of Guyana, where One Communications sells a bundle with the same internet speed in Guyana, including fiber and a cellular plan, for $54.54 a month. Why a month? Why is that?
So sorry, Senator. Our 300 megs is 100 and not 150. I stand corrected.
And it's $54 in Guyana. The same plan, including a cellular plan. So why is this? What's that? Talk to me.
I would have to look at what the pricing structure is in Guyana. I can't speak to that. The details of what their cost structure, they would also have economies of scale. When you talk about volume of customers, we're talking about a territory of over 700,000 people versus 80. So there's also economies of scale that would change your pricing. And so, whereas I don't know their full cost structure, I would say part of that would be that we would have to carry more costs with a smaller population.
Very well. I look forward to getting that information. Thank you so much. Senator DeGraaf, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. CEO Alexander, welcome. Do you know Ms. Adams?
Yes, I do.
So is there any service he could provide for the one to assist you in any way?
We do use VINGN's services at the moment. Our connection between St. John and St. Thomas is over VINGN's network, and we continue to have conversations wherever possible to expand those services.
Okay, because I know VIA is gone. I know you had an agreement with VIA. You're the one. That agreement doesn't have to be honored. So that's what I want to make sure it is.
We rebranded. Our parent company remains the same. Our actual licensed company remains the same. All we've changed is our DBA name. So any agreements, contracts that VIA would have carried, it would have been under Virgin Island Telecommunications Corporation, and that remains in place.
Okay, how many unionized employees do you have in the Virgin Islands?
About 60.
Okay, so you have met with them already?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so now how many So your investment based on being a RT Park company, what type of savings you see in a year because of that? That the government provides you, what type of savings you talking about a year? $1 million, 500,000?
I would have to get the exact figures for you,
Okay.
Senator, because I'm still digging and understanding all of the structures. I do not have an exact figure in my head. Apologies.
Okay. You could do that through the chair. Mr. Chair, you could have the information. Mr. Chair? Okay, the information through the chair as to the savings, the cost savings it would be. Now, how many persons have you fired since you took office?
None. I've been here for 6 weeks.
Okay, good. So none yet?
None. I've
None.
been here for 6 weeks.
Okay. No. Oh, man, sorry. 6 weeks. I get like WAPA. I was coming to WAPA, so we checking phones. But no, 6 weeks, and that's why I start off with saying welcome, because I'm saying now you're that person who we gonna unload it on. Right now, in the transition between VIA and the one, there are persons with phone systems that are not even working in certain areas. I have somebody downstairs just telling me the phone doesn't even work in the town area anymore since the transition, and it's been going on for the last couple of weeks. Are you aware of any type of issue like that?
Actually, this morning, our technical team did alert me that we had an issue that should have been resolved. I'd like to understand where that customer may be, and maybe that's what it was impacting.
Yeah, they're right here in the legislature, so
Okay.
they're downstairs, their phones, I call them, can't get through, so it is an issue happening right now. Okay, now, I'll get back with you. T-Mobile Council, Canellas, you still on the line? Canellas, okay. T-Mobile?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay, good afternoon. I'm checking, now, it was brought to my attention that when a customer goes to pay the bill to T-Mobile, a fee is charged when they use my credit card. Is that so?
I'm not sure if at store level we charge for you for the payment method or regardless of the payment method for doing the payment at store level. Well, we are encouraging you use payments done digitally via our app or other options to your bank.
Okay, I don't know if it's a tone, I didn't understand you clearly, but what has been brought to my attention is two things. One, and I'm going to ask one, and I don't know nobody from Liberty, but is there a fee supposed to be charged when you use your credit card? And is there a fee, because I was also told they're being charged a fee when they're paying, or maybe the same fee when they pay cash? If you're not aware of it, then is that something, can you look into and get back to the chair to make us aware it's happening here on St. Thomas and St. Croix?
Yeah, Senator, we can look into that and provide more details to the chairman. In general terms, we are encouraging our customers to do payments through our digital apps or other methods of payment. And I understand that there may be a payment, a charge in store, regardless of the payment, the method of payment, cash, credit card, but I'll check on the details and I can provide those to the chairman.
Yeah, because I was wondering if it becomes false advertisement. If I'm to pay $45 a month and then I go to pay and $2 is added on for my credit card, so that's $47 a month I'm paying. Is it false advertisement? Is what and you being an attorney is what I'm trying to get at. So if you could just get back to the chair for that, please.
Perfect.
CEO Knight. Nobody ain't cutting no bush on St. Thomas. No. No WAPA employee, no business entity is cutting any trees on St. Thomas right now. And I would beg to differ, nowhere on St. Thomas. And I say that with utmost confidence.
1 minute.
But again, it's easy for me to find fault without a solution. I have a pole saw that I bought. I'm willing to cut the trees in my area. If you would come and bring the bucket truck for me, I'll cut the trees myself because it's not being done. Hurricane season is next month. Right. We're seeing the deluge of rain that we've had, and we need the rain always. But I'm saying it's, come on, please.
So as I said before, Senator, we do not have right now a dedicated tree trimming crew within our line department. Our line workers, if they're working in an area, they'll take the opportunity to clear vegetation. When we respond to a trouble call because of vegetation, we'll clear the vegetation. The most recent example of that was the outage we had last week on feeder 13. There was some extensive vegetation that we had to clear on the overhead for that feeder, and our line workers did that. I am trying to bring a dedicated crew, so I'm not pulling line workers to do vegetation management, and I am trying to get a contractor to support what we're able to do in-house with our own manpower. So we are working on that, but we do clear lines. We have no choice. We just don't have the capacity to keep up with the level of vegetation growth that we're experiencing right now in the territory.
Okay, and just to wrap up, Mr. Chair. Okay, I take my property, for instance. I have 2 flamboyant trees totally entangled in whopper lines. Mm-hmm. From 2017, I've made complaints. I've spoken to the attorney next to you over and over. A pole was placed on the outside of my property because the lines are ran over my property to run them on the outside. So again, like I say, so I don't want to seem as if I'm a hypocrite, but I tried to get the lines moved from 2017 to now, to no avail. So that's what I'm saying. So rather than beat Whopper down, which is the easiest thing to do, and that's what I'm saying, I'm willing to make concessions and assist in any way I can. And I have a poster to assist. Yeah. Because you don't normally hear that every day, and I'm free. I ain't gonna charge you. But again, it needs to be done.
Let me get you trained properly first, though. There is some risk and safety issues when you're working around live wires.
That's what I need. So we can work on that. So again, just in closing, Ms. Alexander, in regards to your billing, do you charge a fee for using the credit card? And do you charge a fee also when you're paying cash? Or is that fee still simultaneously kept on when you pay cash?
I'm not aware that we charge for either one of them.
Okay, so if you could check on that and just to make sure, and they could shoot the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff, for your line of questioning. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. This question is for Ms. Alexander. Okay, just following up, there's about 24,000 customers, you said, right? And how about with the phone? How many customers are with the phone?
We have approximately 6,000 customers left on the phone line.
Okay, so, because see, when WAPA is here, they can tell me this information. So monthly, what is your total revenue and expenses?
Senator, can I come back to you with exact figures? I don't want to quote and then I'm misread.
Okay, through the chair, I'll ask for Ms. Alexander to provide the total revenues and expenses for VIA, now known as One Corporation. Are you a for-profit or you're a profitable corporation? You're non-profit?
No, I'm not non-profit.
You're for-profit?
For-profit.
So do you generate income or you generate a loss?
Generate income at the moment.
Okay, so I want to follow up real quickly on the $54 that the chair made a mention that the bills, the average bill in Guyana, you said you don't know what the average bill in Guyana is for the internet?
So I don't know the average bill for Guyana. I think there are points of clarification when you compare Guyana to USVI. One of it is the cost of their workforce. 2 would be the population and the ability to spread that cost. So the cost structure of Guyana, whereas I don't know all the details at hand, I do know that we will be very different.
Yes, we will be. And it's my understanding that you've outsourced jobs from here to Guyana. So I would think, correct me if I'm wrong, that the labor cost is cheaper in Guyana if you're terminating VI employees and you're hiring employees in Guyana, and you also a for-profit corporation. So through the chair, I'd also like you to provide that analysis on the cost structure and why it was better to outsource those jobs. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Let me ask a couple questions before I do a second round myself. This one is for T-Mobile. Council, let me ask you a question in respect to Mr. Go ahead, Senator, for your point of information. I'll do my line of questioning when you finish. Go ahead, Senator.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to get your attention before, but the mic wasn't on, so I'm sorry about that. I'm hearing a discussion back and forth in reference to the cost of doing business in Guyana versus the cost of doing business in the Virgin Islands. At the end of the day, they're getting tax benefit. Let's not mix it up. They're getting tax benefits to be in the Virgin Islands. So we can't allow them to equate we could do it quicker or cheaper in Guyana versus the Virgin Islands. That's why we're moving positions there. Then they don't need to get the tax benefits in the Virgin Islands. Somebody else could do the service. You can't give them tax benefits and they rape in the Virgin Islands. It's just as simple as that, and we just need to stop playing the games back and forth. They're financially benefiting. They're charging what they could charge on phones and cable, everything. They're charging the highest amount that the economy is willing to pay. They're not cutting on anything. So we don't need to be here babying them and, oh, this person. That is a part of the plan. They brought a new person because they didn't want Geraldine Pitt to get any more heat. So they bring somebody else new so that we could back off and we don't hold that person accountable. But VIA is not doing well for the Virgin Islands when it comes to employment and treating our people fairly. And we can't back off of it. We just got to say, no, they got to do better. Stop the terminations. We don't want to hear nothing that nobody terminated in 6 weeks. Dozens terminated since last year, dozens of Virgin Islanders. While individuals from abroad are coming in and making 100,000 plus in the same positions that Virgin Islanders had. So we don't want to hear it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vialli, and I do concur with your sentiments. Let me ask for T-Mobile again. Council, let me ask you, is it correct that T-Mobile utilizes one communications middle mile network?
I don't believe so, Senator. This is Ilian Cañillas from T-Mobile. I understand that T-Mobile uses Liberty, but I can double check on that just to make sure.
So which network do you use for your middle mile?
Liberty.
Oh, Liberty. Okay. Okay, very well. I'll leave that one alone until I get my clarification also. Let me ask, in respect to OMB, because I told you I have some questions for you also. You're not going to get away today. Okay, so what types of discussion have you had with the broadband office in respect to the telecommunication companies providing subsidies to reduce costs of service for our residents? Have you had any discussion in that respect?
Yeah, good afternoon, Senator. Yes, we had discussions. However, we want to diversify how we spend these funds.
I can't hear you too well, you know.
Yeah, we did have discussions. However, we want to diversify how we spend these funds. If we provide subsidies, it's only temporary, and we won't see any, much benefits from it. However, if we put our efforts into workforce development, then we'll have a strong Virgin Islands workforce that can help build our economy.
Okay, very well. And also, I did provide to all of the testifiers and my colleague this information that came out on the 12th of this month in respect to our President Trump, stated that broadband offices and non-for-profit received notice on Friday, which was the 12th, that digital equity grants has been canceled. States are weighing the next steps. What are we doing in that respect?
So in the case of that grant was with...
Speak into the mic, please.
Yeah, that grant was with VINGN, and yes, Stephen Adams might be able to elaborate more.
Very well. Mr. Adams, speak to me.
Yes, in my testimony, I mentioned the fact that on May 9th, we received the notice that's referenced in this news article that the $2.1 million that was in our account, our NIST account, was frozen and terminated. So we were as OMB is the broadband office for the B on the DE portion, that would be through VINGN. And I can just say that this is a crying shame that this grant was, because we were a pass-through. VING just didn't make any money on this. This was going through the Children's Museum, ADA, dealing with the seniors. There's a lot of monies, are also our farmers. There's a lot of money that we had teed up for our communities that's now go without. So we hope that there is a vigorous challenge by the courts, and we stand ready to reactivate this grant if the challenge is successful.
Very well. I must say that it is unfortunate what we are dealing with in that space, but at the same time, it's very important to do another important lesson that when we do have grants, jump on them ASAP to try and utilize those funds expeditiously, and that's a lesson learned. And we have been speaking about that for some time now. Colleagues, I'm going to do a rapid round, 3 minutes, in respect to our telecommunication companies. And I want to start off with Senator Clifford Joseph. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Mr. Adams, the question I have for you this afternoon is, as far as capacity, middle mine, do you have the capacity to handle most, or if not all, of these companies' needs as far as to minimize the cutting of the roads and adding additional cables that really is not needed, and allow the government to make its profit, if not profit, but at least be able to have the capacity to cut back on the additional cabling and allow the service to be rendered at a faster pace?
The short answer is VING's network can handle all the capacity of all the service providers multiple times over. But the issue is not necessarily about capacity. It's also about the business models of the ISP partners and the capital investments that they make. It's very nuanced there. But just from a capacity standpoint, VINGN could handle all of the internet traffic and phone traffic in the territory multiple times over.
So do these companies even make an attempt to have a conversation, or they already came in set minds to go ahead and do just what they want to do to create their own?
In AT&T's perspective, we tried to negotiate, and the Senate was very supportive of our efforts to try to get them to use VING's network rather than build off two networks, sell one to Liberty, and keep the other for FirstNet. So I was very adamant about that at that time. I will say that the leadership of Liberty now is using VING's network much more extensively, and we have lend ourselves to One Communications, and we have active conversations about doing the same there as well.
What about T-Mobile?
We have no relationship at all with T-Mobile, and we'd love to have that relationship.
Well, I guess you need to reach out too. If you know they're coming in town, maybe you too could make that connection. Let them be the one refusing you so we could find it out when you get back here. But I would expect for you to reach out as well. Because we have it, we got to use it. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the time, and thank you for the response.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to just, of course, because he's a Joseph, follow up on his line of questioning with Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams, kindly indicate for us, in knowing your statement, and I have it highlighted here, that yes, the monies for the digital equity grant by the National Technology and Information Administration was terminated. And you indicated that you have redirected internal resources associated with this grant. How have you redirected those resources?
The way it's important to note that VINGN was subsidized in also this grant. So the NTA did not provide all the monies to facilitate this grant, but the community significance of the grant was important enough for VINGN to use its own resources to subsidize part of this grant. So what we have done is that we have redirected those resources to free community Wi-Fi for a more extensive deployment of our Wi-Fi, and soon to be able to promote how our community uses Wi-Fi. It's important to note, and very quickly, that since we have deployed community free Wi-Fi, we have just as much traffic on the free Wi-Fi as we have on our commercial network now. So the investments that we made under Governor Bryan's initiative has really done well for our community, especially in public housing.
Great, and I'm glad to hear that, especially in public housing, having been a public housing resident for over 40 years myself. Now, would you kindly provide to the chair the areas that you have free Wi-Fi offering outside of, and including the public housing communities? I think that is very important that people can be able to link up. And also, you mentioned that Liberty is also participating in your network, is buying space on your network, digital network. At what cost?
Well, the cost is proprietary, but I can tell you this much, is that Liberty has certain mandates from the FCC that they have to meet of homes passed. They would not have met that if they did not enter into an agreement with VINGN. Also, they have, in dealing with Public Works as well as with WAPA, our sister agencies have been very good to be able to redirect them back to VINGN for network. So when WAPA lays underground electrical, they also lay conduit for communications, and those relationships go through VINGN.
Okay, but they have a contract with you to purchase or to use your network.
Yes.
And so I'm asking what and the amount of that contract, because you're a government entity, and that is...
Time.
Mr. Chairman, may I proceed? That is public information. So they have contracts with you to utilize your public network, which was paid for with public dollars. So I'm asking you, how much is those contracts?
The long-term contract has not been signed, so I can't speak to that.
It's in negotiations.
The long-term contract is under a negotiation.
With Liberty?
With Liberty, and I can provide that to the Senate as soon as that is signed.
Okay, and what about with One?
With One, we inherited a contract that One used to have under VIA with WAPA. And then WAPA basically gave over that contract to VINGN, and the amount of that was, I don't know. Off the top of my mind, I'm not prepared for that.
Okay, so I have to be able to find out, we need to be able to find out those sources, because that's money that is coming in. VINGN, there was tens of millions of dollars invested from the federal government because of our location. We are uniquely located, we are island, we are landlocked in some respect. So we need to be able to account for those funding that we're seeing, because VINGN cannot come here and ask us for money if you're generating money. And I don't believe you do.
We don't.
Okay, but if you're having money there, we need to know how much you're having. You're a public entity. Mr. Chairman, so Mr. Adams, kindly provide to the chair the amount that you receive based on your contract with the One, because Ms. Alexander indicated that you still have a viable contract with the parent company, ATN. Isn't that correct, Ms. Alexander?
We have a contract.
Yes.
Yes, so I need to know the amount of that contract and when does that contract expire? And actually see the contract.
We'll
Thank
provide
you.
that. We'll provide
Thank you
that.
so kindly.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph, for your line of questioning. Before I go to Senator Ray Fonseca, let me ask Commissioner Gabriel, let me go back to the conversation you had with the Finance Education Chair on St. Croix in respect to micro trenching. And I'm happy that you're having discussions in terms of, and I'm glad to see that you're actually having other discussions when it comes to communicating and getting things moving forward. I really appreciate that. Let me ask you though, in terms of the micro trenching, the one they are doing right now in Bolongo by the hotel going toward BCB, that's micro trenching, and that the new way they're going to do it now in terms of doing it outside of the main road on the sidewalk.
I would need to. I believe the one in Bolongo is micro trenching, but let me double check. And yes, they are. So Liberty, their permit requires them to trench outside of the shoulder.
Yes.
Or in the shoulder, I should say, when they can, when it's available. So we have a number of areas, particularly in the St. Croix district, where the roads are a bit wider, the shoulders are a bit wider, where they're able to address the trenching in the shoulder. But here in St. Thomas, as you know, sometimes when you go into the shoulder, you go so far as that you're running into like the hillside, and you actually have it's more difficult to cut through the rock.
Okay.
Let me get back to you to see if it is micro trenching. In fact, to confirm if it is in Bolongo, but I do believe so.
I prefer that though. I actually stopped on, you know me, I like to see, feel, touch, understand. And I prefer that. That makes more sense to me. It really does. Without disrupting traffic and do all that stuff. But continue, what you were saying now?
No, I will tell you, Senator, it's on a case-by-case basis, because I know they did some of that in Red Hook as well. And when they went into the shoulder, it was exactly like I mentioned when it started to hit some blue bitch stone. And so it began to be a bit difficult to trench. But we are working with them. Like I said, we are, that special condition does exist in the Liberty permit. So they are adhering to it where it is applicable.
Very well. Thank you so much for that. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, Commissioner Gabriel, I just wanted to follow up on the inter-island ferry. How long is it going to take now to get from St. Croix to St. Thomas with the ferry, and how many cars or trucks can it carry?
So according to the current design, it will be able to be about 12 to 16 vehicles, depending on size, weight restrictions, etc. And then one of the design criteria that we have from Federal Highway is for it to make the run in 90 minutes or less.
90 minutes, that's an hour and a half. Okay, good. I want to go to Rupert Ross, the Bureau of Information Technology. Okay, so we've had some internet breaches. You know, people have hacked in to the Wang Louis Hospital, the Roy Lester Snyder Hospital, and of course the one that impacts us most, the Latry. What do you observe? Why is this happening in the Virgin Islands? Why is there any particular fault? Anything that the legislature needs to address? What's going on?
This Rupert Ross, Bureau of Information Technology. This isn't just focused on the Virgin Islands. This is something that's happening throughout the world and throughout the states. Bad actors, as we call them, are constantly and consistently trying to find the weak points in networks to be able to exploit them. We find that medical records are very lucrative to bad actors, and so they're looking at ways to get to those. And they're also just looking for weak points, and they do this daily. You know, they do this every day.
They do. So my question, so I know right now the Wang Louis Hospital is on a manual system. Has the director reached out to you for advice? Are you involved in that loop in solving those issues?
1 minute.
Yes. So from day one, the hospital CEO has reached out to BIT. We've been participating in their incident response.
Okay, good.
And providing them some expertise in that area.
Awesome. My next question is to Carl Knight. Welcome. Okay, the poles. There's a lot of the composite poles going up, right? And WAPA collects a residual revenue for the poles, or those poles belongs to Via One Communications?
No, the composite poles that are going up are property of WAPA. They're being installed for the most part as part of the disaster recovery funding. I think there's a couple of sources, but ultimately it's FEMA-funded projects, and those belong to us.
Okay, so the net effect then is with more poles should be more revenue because they're going to be more folks, or that's a negligible amount of money?
Time.
We are putting poles in areas, we are replacing wooden poles, areas where we think might be susceptible to wind damage. So it's not necessarily more poles per se.
Because I was over by Savannah, you know, I'm born in Savannah, I'm a real Savanero. I noticed up on the hill, right, they got a lot of nice poles, and they're real tall composite poles they're putting up there in the hills up there.
We are trying to replace the route for the underground feeder 13 as a main transmission line, and I think that's probably what you're seeing.
Okay, so that's what that is? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Earle B, you're recognized for your 3 minutes, but before I go there, I want to recognize Senator Maurice James. Thank you, Senator James, for making it. Appreciate you. Senator VLA, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quickly, Mr. Knight, in reference to the installation of composite poles, I'm seeing areas where composite poles were installed, the electrical lines have been transferred to the composite pole, but right below are the wooden poles that still have the lines for cable and one. So you have two sets of poles in the same location. Is there any coordination with one to be able to transfer those lines and we get rid of those wooden poles? It's really an eyesore.
Yeah, the expectation, I imagine, is to ultimately have the telecom lines move over to the composite poles. That's probably part of this discussion we're having here today about pole attachment agreements and analyses, et cetera. But we did move the power lines, and in some areas the telecom lines have also moved, and we were able to take down the wooden poles, and in other areas we're still waiting on One Communication and some of the other telecom providers to make the transition as well.
Okay, so let me ask the same question to One and anybody else that have lines on the wooden pole. What is the date to transfer those lines? Beginning with One.
Thank you, Senator. It is my understanding that we use the same contractor that is actually used by WAPA, and that we fast follow when they've done it. So the expectation is that as soon as it is feasible and they deem it clear, that we can mount our and attach.
So you're utilizing Hogland?
Yes.
Sorry? One, are you? Which company are you utilizing for the transfer of those lines?
Apologies, Senator. I don't know the name of the company. I do know that we use the same contractor. I don't know the name.
Mr. Knight, that's Hogland?
We have a couple contractors that are installing composite poles. Hogland is one of them, and BCS is the name of the other one? BCCS.
Because if it's the same, if that is a conversation that is the same contractor, then it should be a seamless transfer. But in so many areas, you're seeing the composite pole and you're still seeing the wooden pole. So if we could coordinate that, because it's definitely not a seamless transfer. Now, via NGN, in reference to the federal monies that you receive, didn't the local government also float bonds as a match for VINGN?
Yes, initially the bonds for VINGN were paid match from the GVI. Yes, and I believe there's
under the public finance. Under the public finance authority.
30 seconds.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Who's responsible for payment of those bonds?
Last session, last year when this came up, I believe that was still out for a question, a legal question about who's responsible for that. I do know that it is.
Who's presently, one second, who's presently paying it?
Currently, the legislature is paying that?
Time.
Currently, the government of the Virgin Islands is paying that, and that is why it's so important that carriers utilize the middle mile so the legislature no longer, through the general fund, no longer has to bear those costs. And I'm going to find out exactly how we repay them, but I know that the monies are coming from the local government. Last question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ross, Snyder received a cyber attack, then Lottery, and then Wang Louis. Each of those cyber attacks, whoever conducted the attack demanded a tremendous amount of money for ransom. Are we not, or have we developed a system for all the other government entities that deal with monies, et cetera, to make sure that all the information is protected in the cloud, et cetera, and we're just not reacting? I know that you're at GFL now trying to help them with a system, but what are we doing to protect everything else to make sure that we have everything backed up? Do we have a plan for all other government entities that is being executed right now?
Rupert Ross, BAT. Very good question. So as it relates to the government of the Virgin Islands, the semi-autonomous entities, so the semi-autonomous entities kind of go about IT individually and as a wholly owned or a wholly operational entity. We've been providing guidance to these entities so that they can raise their awareness or understanding of what they need to do in a cybersecurity effort. As far as the government of the Virgin Islands and the executive branch, which we have direct purview over, we operate the GNASC. In the GNASC, we do threat hunting, we do triage of all of the incidents that we see that comes into the network on a regular basis. We offer subject matter expertise, but we're under resourced in order to be able to provide the semi-autonomous entities direct assistance. What we do is we leverage our resources in incident management, which is a part of cybersecurity. And we kind of step in and kind of guide them in the rebuild of their network and guide them in the rebuild of their, to make certain that when they rebuild, that they rebuild more resilient and more secure. I will say this, it is my goal to offer them more direct assistance. There is a need for us to be able, as a community, to be secure, because one entity not being secure and everyone else being secure, obviously, is one piece of the chain, and once that chain is broken, the community suffers.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Knight, you have protections in place for your system?
Yes, we do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The threat is ever evolving. Mr. Ross could point that out to you. The threat continues to evolve, but we do have protections in place for our system.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Bielli, for your line of questioning. CEO Knight, let me ask you while we are there, speaking to about composite pole, etc. And you spoke to our warranty protection when it comes to the poles. Where is the accountability? How can we assure that they are being installed correctly in order to assure that warranty is fulfilled?
So we provide oversight of the installations. There is a warranty on them, and that requires, for instance, any attachments. We have to do the proper engineering studies to make sure we're not voiding the warranty. Even things such as perforations into the poles and those sort of things we have to be mindful of so we don't void the warranties. But we do oversee the contractors and the installation, and ultimately we do the engineering studies necessary for attaching any equipment to the poles.
Speaking to that also, I was happy to hear that you said that in respect to other local small businesses that actually need to attach whatever to the poles, because I know I had a particular one that was having issues in terms of their business and having access to the poles, but since you came on and said they actually had a meeting with you last week, And so I really appreciate that because we forget that small businesses also need to use those poles to carry out their business. So I want to thank you for that on the record. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. CEO Knight, in regards to billing and the metering system, getting a lot of complaints of people getting bills that they have to contest on a daily basis based on your billing system through the metering system. What is the latest update on the metering system? What is to be changed out, or what does it need to be more accurate?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things that are happening, and I'm going to have some conversations with our internal staff. But as we change out, we had a lot of meters that were malfunctioning. We weren't able to read them. The meter readers weren't able to read them visually. And so we have been replacing meters. I think ultimately we probably replaced about 3,000 meters already. As we replace those meters, we're going to see some erraticness in the billing, because if we've been estimating you for a long period of time, when we do start to get accurate reads, it's probably going to be a big adjustment one way or the other. So we are getting those complaints. We kind of understand what's happening, and I've asked the customer service folks to work with customers as they come in recognition of the fact that we are making some changes to the billing. As far as the ability to get to our permanent solution, we are still looking at July 1st to start to roll out the remote reading. We're probably going to kick off that project on the island of St. John, and that will revamp all of the metering and billing infrastructure once again. But this time we'll be able to catch and flag those issues a lot sooner rather than waiting for a meter reader to go out, read, and then report back. We'll be able to catch those things a little bit more proactively.
So would it have a bearing on the net metering program? Because that in itself also I'm seeing some issues with.
Yeah, we're having some issues with net metering, but a lot of that has to do, quite frankly, with installations that were done without going through the proper permitting process. We are trying to clean that up as well, working with DPNR and the solar providers, but we do have folks that have installed systems. We are unknowns to us, and so I can't give you a credit for production of solar energy if I don't even know that you have a solar panel connected to my grid. So we're trying to clean that up as well.
Okay, Director Ross, quickly, what generation of equipment in regards to cybersecurity, cybersecurity being something taking place every day, what generation of equipment does the government have in fighting cybersecurity issues?
So we use the Microsoft suite of solutions. It's a lot of different solutions. I would say it's the most recent. It's cloud-based, and so it's always updated, always changing. We have the most recent.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure. And in closing, Mr. Chair, CEO Alexander, I just wrap up. CEO Alexander, are you aware of what the exemptions are to the RT Park?
I am aware of some of them, not in full detail. It is something that I'm still working through.
Which exemptions are you aware of?
The tax exemptions that has been referenced here.
Okay, so which ones do you have?
I need all the details, Senator. This is one of the things that we're covering in detail, and I'd prefer not to call a figure or.
Oh, okay. No, okay. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I was just wondering because again, you're the new person on the block, and these are things that I want to make sure you know that you could rattle off. 'Cause every time you come here before the Senate, you're going to take blows. And it's because you're the new person on the block and you don't know yet. So I'm just giving you a heads up as to some of the things so you could help yourself be aware of. And again, welcome to the VI. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Maurice James, since you just got here a while ago and did the last block, I'm going to give you your 7 minutes to ask your line of questioning before we go to lunch. And also, I just saw Senator Nobel Francis. Thank you, Senator, for being here. And I'll also give you 7 minutes before we take a break to go to lunch. So, Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues, everyone in and outside the room. I first of all want to say that this morning I attended the Pato Marco pre-K and kindergarten promotions. And I did that especially because I had the opportunity to read to these young students during this past few months. And it was just heartwarming to see the parents, the children really dressed up, looking wonderful. Yesterday was Ricardo Richards. I also attended that one. And of course, that's a Blue Ribbon school. And it's just wonderful really to see our children with all the potential they have in front of them, and just knowing that we have a responsibility to help them dream big and make those dreams come true by giving them a quality education. I also want to quickly congratulate Brigadier General retired Deborah Howell and Brigadier General Sally Petty on being honored by the University of the Virgin Islands and bestowing on them Doctor of Humane Letters. I want to begin also by saying, with regard to what I grew up knowing as the Virgin Islands Telephone Company, and give a little history on it. It was established in 1959, and I was working for the firm of Hodge and Sheen when we represented ATN in 1986, when it acquired Vitelco. And then it was eventually owned by Innovative Communications later on. And whether we know it or not, Innovative Communications Corporation received significant tax benefits through the Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission program. That's where the benefits began. In terms of companies and the benefits that they receive in the Virgin Islands, we really need to do a deep dive into both the Economic Development Authority and the RT Park, and how companies are able, first of all, in this case, move from being an EDC beneficiary whose certificate expired in 2003, and then later becoming RT Park tenant in the year around maybe 2012, around that year. So we really need to find out whether these programs are really serving, because I remember, if you go back in history, when one person I definitely can call for sure, Arthur Joseph, at the time was an employee of the Innovative Communications, and questioned the renewal of their certificate because of the same issues that we're seeing now with employees. So we really need to look at whether these programs, and especially the EDC program that is really created to stimulate employment in the Virgin Islands, is doing what it's supposed to do. I do want to ask the CEO, Alexander, when she talked earlier about 80% of the employees are Virgin Islanders. And this may have been asked before, you know, if I have a company that's 100% Virgin Islands residents, and I lay off 50 of them, but I keep the remaining 50, I don't hire anybody else, then clearly I still have 100% Virgin Islands residents. And so I think we're being a little manipulative with numbers and percentages. So I'm interested in whether or not, this may have been asked, or forgive me if it was, if we can get an exact number of the number of employees that ATN acquired innovative in 2015. From 2015, and of course, VIA fell under ATN. From 2015 to 2025, that's the area that period that I'm looking at specifically. The number of employees you had in 2015 and every year after, and the percentage that were Virgin Islands residents. I know she said she's 6 weeks new in a job, but if maybe she can help me with that, and what percentage of jobs that were in the Virgin Islands were actually outsourced. I heard my colleague Anson Damas ask some excellent questions about the employment. Is she prepared today to just give me some overall figures?
Good afternoon, Senator. I do not have the 2015, I think you're asking for, figure. I can get you the trends, and we will give you the breakdown of the employees as Virgin Islanders versus non-Virgin Islanders, and where we have outsourced.
Let me follow up by asking, when there was a reduction in a position here, my colleague talked about it being outsourced to Guyana. It was maybe due, I believe you said, to a lower maybe salary. Is that correct? Or it was the cost of the labor costs are cheaper in Guyana?
30 seconds.
Yes, the labor cost is cheaper in Guyana. If you are referring to the customer care is the only department the call center, let me refer that, is the only department that we've actually outsourced to Guyana.
Oh, only the call center has been outsourced?
Yes, the customer care element of our business.
What about the senior management? Did you cut positions here in the Virgin Islands, and then were those people replaced by others, or was it just that there was no need anymore for those senior management positions?
In the senior management positions, some of them have been replaced and they live in the Virgin Islands, and some of it is that, given our new model, we no longer require that position.
One of the positions that I am very concerned about, because I believe she did an excellent job, was the one held by Jennifer Matarangas King, and the goodwill that she built in the community. And so I'm just concerned if you've decided that it's no longer necessary for you to build that goodwill that I think she had done a tremendous job with in terms of assisting local organizations. Can you speak to what's going to happen in that regard?
So that goodwill, we've always enjoyed that within the Virgin Islands, and we continue to foster that. So persons like myself will be in part of the community sponsorships, the CSR, etc. So we've actually expanded that requirement to all our senior leaders, and we enforce that they must also live within the Virgin Islands. And part of that role will be a new look, a new feel given our one brand, and it will also be in the Virgin Islands.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I think my time was called. Thank you very much.
You have a next question? You can wrap up if you want to, if you have one more question. If not, we can proceed.
No, yeah, go ahead. Go right ahead. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Before I go to Senators, Carla Joseph, point of information. Let me ask you, CEO Alexander, in respect to cash share revenue, are the revenues more here in the Virgin Islands than Guyana?
No, they're not.
Okay, very well. Senators, Carla Joseph, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Alexander, are you a resident now of the Virgin Islands?
Yes, I am. I do live
Which
in the Virgin
island district do you live in?
I live in St. Thomas, and I am moving. I'm currently looking for a leased rental.
Okay. And are you planning to register to vote here as well?
So I am on a permit, so I'm not allowed to vote.
Okay, thank you so kindly. I appreciate that. I want to make something clear. I don't have an issue with persons relocating here. But when we have people from the U.S. Virgin Islands who were born and raised and educated here and have a vested interest in our islands, they should be given priority employment. We don't want to see our people leaving and they are performing well and very well. That's an issue to me. I take that personally. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Carla Joseph. I can concur. I do concur. I know my sister worked for Bayer for 40 years. 40 years. She gave 40 years of her life to that company. But she retired before all this came now. But nonetheless, I concur. Senator Nobel Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. All hail the Virgin Islands. I want to say good afternoon, and again, thank you for the opportunity. I know I'm between the last speaker and lunch, so I'll try to be brief. I wanted to ask real quickly, and thank you for all of the testimony that we have received thus far this afternoon, and you know, internet access and interoperability is very important to us. I seem to observe over the last 6 months that there seems to have been a decline in network interoperability and interconnectivity. And I just wanted to ask if each of the individuals real quickly could weigh in on what are they seeing as some of the challenges that's threatening that we're seeing where a lot more SOS are placed on our telephones. We have a lot of dropout in terms of internet connectivity. Our phone lines are sometimes not ringing, but there's a message left, or individuals talk about making a phone call, but the phone call is not going through. What are we seeing, if we could start with VIGN, what are we seeing in this space that seems to be creating some deficiencies in our network system?
Thank you, and good afternoon, Senator. Some of the deficiencies are usually on the ends of in our case, the fiber. A lot of the calls, drops, and the internet interruptions have little to do with the core fiber themselves, but it could be a faulty router. It could be weather and being affecting a router or a terminal. So a lot of the issues that we have sometimes are in the home, sometimes they're on a pole, but the core network from VIGN's perspective is solid and high performing. And usually when we have issues, if it's not something being dug up, it's because there's a faulty endpoint in the network, which is the ISP's responsibility since we're the middle mile.
One communication.
So, Senator, we've spent the last 6 months, over 6 months actually, addressing some of the concerns, recognizing that we did have an aging network. So we, as Mr. Adams has pointed out, we've recognized that sometimes in-home wiring is an issue, endpoint, modems replacement, node health, where we look for the noise. We've done an extensive work on that, and as I speak in my testimony, we spoke about optimization of our network. So we've done and we continue to do those improvements, recognizing that customer experience is paramount to us. We also note that we still have coverage gaps that we need to address, and so part of the go forward plan is to identify where these are and to be able to cover these more extensively.
Mr. Rupert Ross, the BIT's perspective on this?
I don't think that I have much to add to what was there before. Definitely, I would say who feels it knows it, and so obviously, as a customer of technology, those people who have the problems have to be able to provide the people who the organizations that provide the services the information so that they can address the problems. Definitely, from my point of view, I understand technology and I understand when it goes away and when it comes back. And I know that it's going to happen and we're going to respond to it. So as far as interoperability is concerned, that's my thoughts on it.
I guess my next question is, how are we marketing this to those end users so that they could be better prepared? We're talking about situations where telemedicine, we're having situations where banking, security, business opportunities are being hampered as a result of this. And while I'm hearing that there are some end users, I know that we see it here at the legislature, we see it at the hospital and some of those places that have the best access and capabilities, but we're still seeing that the end users being impacted. So what is the marketing or at least advice being given to those entities for improvement? VI, NGN, and if I could just have one communication weigh in on that real quickly.
For VI-NGN, like here in the legislature building, VI-NGN's fiber is here. The performance goes up or down depending on the network that is on the end of our pipe. So throughout the territory of all the agencies, I believe, if not through VIT, through one of the other ISPs, has VI-NGN fiber. The schools do too, as well as public housing. But it all depends on the modems, the routers that are put on the end of that pipe. Are they old? Are they new? Are they being serviced on a regular basis by the people who are performing the service? So a lot of the times it's really the ISP or the customer themselves on the performance issues. It's usually not the core network.
So, Senator from...
Okay.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just coming to you, one communication.
From our endpoint, we have conversations with our customers. So sometimes it is upgrades that's required as they increase capacity internally when they add more equipment, etc. So we do an extensive amount of conversations with customers when we see these issues, if it is not necessarily just on our end. So there are assessments that we do and conversations to try to ensure that we're keeping the customer
1 minute.
That we're keeping the customer's service and they understand the impact of some of the things, the changes that they make internally.
Very well. I'll move on from there real quickly as my time winds down. Mr. Adams, in respect to that digital equity grant, how long did you have that $2.1 million?
The $2.1 million was in a NIST account ready to be drawn down. We had we had it in our account for about 6 months.
The question is, how long did you have that funding access to you?
A couple of months, but we could not draw down on it without reaching particular milestones that were across the nation at the time. But we were on time. The only reason we didn't, we drew down $14,000 of the $2.1 million.
Time.
Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up real quickly, two questions real.
Please proceed.
So you said you only had it a couple of months, so you only had access to it within a couple of months. And this was clawed back by the federal government.
That's correct. But even though it was not in our personal bank account, it was in a federal account for us, a NIST account. And in that particular account, we do not have access to it until we meet certain milestones that the federal government sets out for us. And we're in the process of meeting those milestones. And then the program was terminated.
What are some of the examples of milestones that was required?
From our different MOUs that we're trying to get from the Seniors Children's Museum, the farmers, and various partners that we're going to disseminate the monies from, we had a NOFO that was going to be published next month. And once that's published, then we would be able to have access then to distribute that monies. So, but that's nationally.
What are we doing to expedite any additional funding that may be in your account that may be under the same threat?
We're not able to access any of that funding now that the federal government has canceled the program. But it's important to note that we're in the same place as every other state and territory. We were not ahead or behind all of them or progress at the same amount. We just so happened to, so the monies that were the $2.1 million, we could not have accessed it any quicker than the $14,000 that we already did access.
Okay, and I was asking whether or not there were any additional funding, federal funding that you may have access to, and what are you doing to ensure that we don't find ourselves in a similar predicament?
We have a $2.5 million digital equity, but we believe that that one will most likely get canceled as well. That was a recommendation from NTIA that our STEM buses that we proposed that NTIA had agreed to, that's currently in NEST for review. We're not optimistic that will pass muster. The other two grants that we have, one was ARPA, and OMB completed the fulfillment of the payments to us. That was a $10.8 million grant, and OMB completed the last payment a week ago. And then the only other federal grants that we have are FEMA reimbursements for mitigation and restoration work. And we're on time and on schedule with those.
Thank you for that. And real quickly, my final question to Mr. Rupert Ross is in respect to the GNOCs and these semi-autonomous agencies and autonomous agencies. Is there a general order, executive order in respect to mandating that some of these individuals come under the GNOCs and BIT? Is that something that you're considering, or we continue to wait until they're impacted and then then we are forced as a central government to find ways of mitigating these circumstances? We have a government operations center, the GNOCs, that allow for us to be able to monitor these cyber attacks on a daily basis. Outside of that, obviously, we have these targeted individuals that's not part of that GNOCs. What is the next step to address that?
Yes, there is a momentum that is building for us to be able to provide those type of services to the entities that we're describing. Definitely, there is an administrative and a technical part to this that we have to address, which is how do we resource the BIT in order to be able to support these entities. Obviously, these entities are providing the resources to be able to do it themselves, and we just have to figure out how that works in an administrative way. But definitely, there is a momentum. I would say that there is I would call it a general order for us to be able to provide more services to these agencies or entities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and the leniency. I just believe that there needs to be some expedited move to make sure that this happens, because either we're going to pay now or pay later. But these cyber attacks is as indicated, consistent and constant. So we need to make every effort to make that happen real quickly. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis, for your line of questioning. Before we take a break, I'm going to give each testifier 1 minute to give a closing statement. Starting with Commissioner Gabriel, you're recognized for your closing statement. Commissioner?
Yeah, good afternoon, Senator Blyden, other senators in attendance, and as well as my fellow testifiers. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee today on this all-important matter. As I did state, we are committed to working with our infrastructure partners, particularly those government agencies, semi-autonomous agencies that are doing their undergrounding efforts. While we do try to improve our processes, we are always open to constructive criticism and feedback. And we do look forward to continuing the good work that we're doing to keep our community safe and keep improving our resiliency. Thank you, and looking forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Gabriel. Counsel for T-Mobile.
Good afternoon to all, and thank you for the opportunity of appearing today before this honorable committee. T-Mobile, we are very proud to continue to provide service to the residents of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and we have our commitment with you, Chairman, in developing those programs that are pending and providing good news very, very soon. I did wanted to clarify as part of our closing statement that you asked a question about middle mile, and I was corrected because I had the opportunity to check with our engineering team, and VIA does provide middle mile services to T-Mobile. So if there are any questions, we can talk about that separately. And we remain at your disposal for any information or any questions. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for participating. And since you went there, I do have a question for you in respect to the middle mile because I do my research and I know it's right. They provide you the middle mile, but in terms of your speed, it's much, at least half the speed of Via. So why is that? It's pretty much slower than Via. I was wondering why it's such a drastic difference.
Obviously, that's a more technical question that I would prefer for our engineering team to provide an answer. I understand there may be different elements. The Via or whatever backhaul provider provides only that part of the part of the whole system, but there may be other elements, inflicting maybe traffic and other considerations. So that's something that I would prefer for your engineering team to provide an answer, and we can certainly provide that to you, Chairman.
Okay, very well. We'll follow up. Thank you so much. OMB, Mr. Weber.
Good afternoon, Senator Blyden, the members of the 36th Legislature, the viewing and listening audiences of the Virgin Islands. I just want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to testify in front of this committee. It's always a pleasure to update the Virgin Islands on the progress being made within OMB. We look forward to coming back in front of this committee in the future to give more updates. In the meantime, we'll be working diligently to implement the initiatives of the BEAT grant. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your participation. VINGN?
Yes, I've been remiss in being able to, first of all, thank the VINGN family for all the dedication and hard work that each and one of the men and women that VINGN employs and the work that we all do for our community. I want to say that by the time we come here next, we hope to be completed or near completion with our community Wi-Fi. We believe that this is one of the ways that VINGN can touch the end users with making sure that we close the digital divide with free Wi-Fi in the community under the mandate that Governor Bryan gave to us. That's one of the focus, and also to support more and more of the ISP community with a more robust and resilient network. So thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, CEO Adams, for your participation. CEO Alexander.
Good afternoon, Senator Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, members of the 36th Legislature and staff, the listening and viewing audience. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. We look forward to working with the Senate on the concerns and addressing those in the future. We value our commitment to the Virgin Islands and serving them, and we recognize that we are a significant part of this community, and therefore we will continue to connect Virgin Islanders and work with them and work with the community that we serve. So thank you again for the opportunity.
And thank you for your participation, CEO Alexander, on his housing, transportation, and telecommunications. Director Ross?
Good afternoon again. Thank you, Chairman Blyden, for the opportunity to provide testimony today and also to answer some questions. I offer my time to you and the committee to discuss anything else as it relates to technology. This is a very complicated area, subject matter area, and obviously there is more information that we could garner if we spend some more time talking about it. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I thank everyone.
Thank you, Director Ross. CEO Knight.
Good afternoon once again. It was a pleasure being able to provide testimony to the committee this afternoon. While we are an electric and a water utility, we understand that the role we play in supporting the telecom utilities by providing pole access, underground, fiber, and just the general infrastructure that supports the work that they do. So we'll continue to work with our telecom partners to facilitate that infrastructure development. So thank you again.
Thank you. Council for WAPA, anything you want to say, or you good?
I am good.
Thank you. Well, there were 20 requests, through the chair requests, from the different entities, and we will send it to you and share it with my colleague. So at this point, the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications stand in recess for 20 minutes.
The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the item under Block 2?
Block 2.
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you read the item?
Okay.
Thank
Block
you.
2, discussion on bill number 360022, an act amending Title 28, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 31, Subchapter 1, Section 752, relating to the notice for the termination of month-to-month residential tenancies, and adding Section 752B, requiring fair notice for rent increases for residential tenancies. Invited testifiers: Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Authority; Troy Schuster, State Director, AARP, American Association of Retired Persons, VI; Dan Jerima, Executive Director, Meeting the Needs of the Community, Inc.; Dr. Susan Darrows McGrath, Board Secretary, VI Continuum of Care; Andrea Shillenford, Executive Director, Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chair, that concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to bill number 36-0022?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak on bill number 35-0022, an act amending Title 28 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 31, Subchapter 1, Section 752, relating to the notice for the termination of month-to-month residential tenancy and adding section 752B, requiring fair notice for rent increases for residential tenancies. This bill is, in a nutshell, will require landlords to provide 60 days notice if the rent is being raised by more than 5% in month-to-month residential tenancies, or if the tenancy is being terminated. Currently, the law only requires that the notice must be at least equal to the frequency of payment, so that if rent is paid weekly, 1 week's notice is required, etc. Under this bill, if a tenancy is not set to a specific time period by a lease, and if the rent is payable on a monthly basis, 60 days notice must be provided to terminate the arrangement. Similarly, renters must be provided with 60 days notice if the rent will be increased, including at the ending of a lease term. Being that I have been in housing management for over 20 years and the chairman of the housing committee for at least 10 years, most of my working life has been involved with issues like housing instability, and I have seen firsthand the struggles that families experience when they have to find housing on short notice. As any person with a housing choice voucher can tell you, finding an affordable apartment within 6 months is often a challenge, which led me to petition VIHA and the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development to extend the eligibility period for housing choice vouchers to a year. So imagine the suffering and hardship for only having a week or a month to find a new place to live. To put it simply, short notice for rent increases and termination of tenancy is a major contributor to homelessness in the territory and housing instability. This imposes a significant social and economical burden on our entire society, as it impacts everything from healthcare to our children's economic progress and workers' economic productivity to crime and social instability. I believe that any person who say that the provisions of this bill are only fair, and as a landlord, I can assure you that the requirement of simply providing notice of a rent increase or of the termination of tenancy does not present an unreasonable burden for property owners. So as such, on behalf of all renters in the Virgin Islands, and in the interest of improving our housing market for all involved, I ask my colleagues for their support on this most important measure. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time to introduce this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden, for that introduction. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications will recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is back on the record with us to provide testimony on the bill. And St. Croix, I'm going to give you an opportunity to put your name and title on the record, along with the young lady next to you, and then we'll allow the individual in St. Thomas to do the same. So from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Good afternoon. My name is Lydia Pell. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
The next on St. Croix.
Good afternoon. Emanuela Perez Cassius, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
And St. Thomas, can you put your name and title on the record?
Good afternoon. Wayne Farrell, Interim Director of Asset Management.
Thank you so much. Ms. Pell, we're going to allow you to put your testimony on the record.
Thank you. Good afternoon and greetings, Senator Marvin Blyden and the honorable members of the 36th Legislative Body. Thank you for granting us the opportunity to present our testimony regarding the critical and impactful Bill number 36-0022. My name is Lydia Pell, and I have the privilege of serving as the Chief Operating Officer for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. I am joined today with Mrs. Wayne Farrell, the Interim Director of Asset Management on St. Thomas, and Ms. Emanuela Perez Cassius, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment here on St. Croix. Together, we represent our agency under the guidance and leadership of our distinguished Executive Director, Mr. Dwayne Alexander. Mr. Alexander could not be here today, but we are here to collectively assist in providing the information as requested by the bill. Our collective mission is to provide equitable and sustainable housing solutions that benefit all members of our community. In support of Bill number 36-0022, we wholeheartedly support the proposed amendments in the bill aimed at enhancing tenant protections through significant changes to Title 28, Chapter 31, Subchapter 1, Section 752 of the Virgin Islands Code. These amendments are not merely legal formalities. They represent a vital framework for ensuring that tenants receive fair and adequate notice concerning the termination of month-to-month tenancies and any adjustments to rent. The stability of tenant housing situations is paramount to their overall well-being and the quality of life. Bill number 36-0022 signifies an important advancement in tenant rights. It mandates that landlords provide clear and reasonable notice prior to lease terminations or rent increases, thereby empowering tenants to take necessary steps to address their housing situations. This provision is particularly crucial for our low-income residents who are often the most vulnerable to the adverse effects of abrupt changes in their living arrangements. By allowing tenants the proper time to evaluate their options, secure alternative accommodations, and manage their finances effectively, we are ensuring that their rights are protected and their security is prioritized. This proactive approach not only supports the tenants, but ultimately fosters a healthier and more stable community. While we acknowledge that the bill introduces new obligations for landlords, we firmly believe these requirements are essential for cultivating a fair housing market characterized by transparency and mutual respect. The specified notice period served to reduce potential disputes that can arise from miscommunication or misunderstanding between landlords and tenants. They also allow landlords, including us at the VI Housing Authority, to effectively plan and manage our properties in a way that aligns with the needs and rights of our tenants. Such an environment promotes a healthier landlord-tenant relationship, which is fundamental to the integrity of our housing market. The community and economic benefits. Supporting this bill aligns seamlessly with our broader commitment to enhancing community welfare and stimulating economic growth across the Virgin Islands. Transparent and equitable housing practices lay the groundwork for building trust and cooperation within our community. By creating an environment that is conducive to collaboration, we not only empower our residents, but also establish a framework that encourages investment and development within the housing sector, benefiting all stakeholders involved. These practices are foundational to cultivating economic resilience, ensuring that our communities can thrive and flourish both socially and economically. Fostering the long-term tenant satisfaction. At the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, our strategic focus is centered on enhancing long-term tenant satisfaction and retention. By supporting this bill and adhering to consistent and fair notice requirements, landlords not only strengthen tenant relations, but also significantly minimize turnover rates. This reduction in turnover holds far-reaching implications for our community. When tenants are secure in their housing situation, it alleviates the financial and logistical burdens that frequently accompany relocations. Frequent moves often strain families and individuals, disrupting their lives and impacting their overall well-being. Lower turnover means that residents can establish roots in their communities, fostering connections with neighbors and becoming more engaged citizens. This stability also allows landlords to distribute more resources toward enhancing their properties and services. With reduced turnover, landlords can invest in meaningful improvements, such as upgrading facilities, enhancing maintenance services, and creating community programs that directly benefit these tenants. Ultimately, a stable and satisfied tenant base leads to vibrant communities where residents can thrive, thereby creating a positive environment for all. Supporting this bill is not just an administrative measure, it is a fundamental step toward building stronger, more resilient neighborhoods. A stable and satisfied tenant population contributes to community cohesion, empowers family, and fosters a sense of belonging that is essential for the social fabric of our neighborhoods. In conclusion, while we acknowledge that the passage of Bill number 36-0022 may require adjustments on the part of landlords, we firmly advocate for this legislation as a fair and necessary step forward in housing policy. By supporting this bill, we reaffirm commitment to cultivating a balanced and equitable housing industry that serves the best interests of both landlords and tenants, ultimately enriching our entire community in the process. We implore all stakeholders to unite in endorsing this critical legislation, which holds the promise of bettering the housing environments across the territory. Together, we can work towards creating a more secure and stable future for all residents through our shared commitment to this vital legislative endeavor. Thank you for your attention to this important matter and for providing the Virgin Islands Housing Authority with the platform to discuss any significance of Bill number 36-0022. We thank you, look forward to your continued support in all our housing efforts. That concludes our testimony.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Fell, on this particular measure. We need to ask one or two questions before we go into questioning Ms. Fell, and I think it is best answered by perhaps the sponsor of the bill, just to provide some clarity. And there's additional testimony in Madam Clerk?
This is the only testimony.
Okay. Thank you so much. Senator Blyden, in reference to Section 1(3) of the bill, it speaks to individuals who are on a month-to-month basis, correct?
Correct.
And this is just clarity.
That's for termination.
Okay, and then on 4, Section B, that is for individuals that have lease that exceed the month-to-month. Individuals have an annual or 6-month or 3-month lease.
It applies to both. Applies to both.
Okay, so Section B applies to the month-to-month, and it also applies to individuals who have a longer lease.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. We will go to a round of questioning. Colleagues, let's just do, let's do a 3-minute round for this particular section. And let's begin with you, Senator Clifford Joseph.
Good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. My question to this would be that the current law is allowing up to 90 days, so the 60, are we just focusing on the 30 days for a month-to-month, or even when the lease comes to an end? A little stuck in between the actual action of the bill. But as far as moving from 30 to 60 days, I personally would support on a month-to-month basis for sure that if you're giving the person 60 days, that I think that's sufficient. And again, it just might, I don't know if it might mend any issues between any landlord and the tenant, but I'm in support of this legislation as it is. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. Is Senator Carla Joseph there? You recognize? Yes.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm going to have legal counsel come on the floor to clarify what the current law is, because that information is incorrect. But we may proceed. I have the legal counsel coming to the floor. Okay. Thank you. To clarify
okay,
what.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Before we move on to Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Francis, you want to, that section of the law that we can have legal counsel look at it that you just pulled up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in respect to the, I guess when legal counsel come, we could get some clarity about the section of the law is 28 VIC 752, which speaks to the termination of estates at will or by sufferance. So, I guess when legal counsel comes, they could provide some clarity on that in respect to less than 3 months of time of such notice shall be sufficient.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Francis. Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, of course, to my former home, and still home, I would say, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority's personnel and our listening and viewing audience. I believe this piece of legislation would definitely positively impact our private sector land owners, property owners, as more specifically the renters in the private sector. We have a number of human beings who are living month-to-month rent. They don't have anything in writing. They are being held hostage by some of the, I don't know what to call some of our people, and I don't want to be derogatory, in a situation where they don't know whether this month or next month, they are going to be in a lease, which increases our homelessness population. I do wish that some of the testifiers that were listed here were here present today, but we all heard from them prior about the major issues that we are having with homelessness. The homelessness isn't caused by the majority of public housing residents. The homelessness is caused mainly, and the majority of it, is by the private sector. We have people who refuse to rent their homes to even persons who participant of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. That leads to instability in our community. That's why we're having a large amount of human beings leaving our islands. So I'm going to stand in support of this bill. It is really the right thing to do for the common good of our people, so we could have more people living in the Virgin Islands to be able to build our workforce and also increase the amount of taxes that we collect by the government. The landlords are required to pay taxes and file their taxes. That's an increase there. So I really applaud the bill sponsor, and I really thank the Virgin Islands Housing Authority for coming support for this piece of measure. I do have a question for Ms. Pell. Ms. Pell, kindly indicate for us on the record, does the Housing Authority have month-to-month leases with any of its residents?
Time.
Lydia, Chief Operating Officer. No, we do not.
And why doesn't, beside your federal requirements, don't you do that?
Month-to-month leases or rentals are not stable for families.
Thank you.
It doesn't provide stability.
Thank you. And this piece of legislation provides the stability. Home is where the heart is. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway and the time.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Fonseca, you recognize?
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I have a question for Ms. Lydia Pell on the bill. It says here, by adding section 752B, requiring fair notice for rent increases for residential tenancy. So, requiring fair notice. My question is that a process server notice? Is that a notice that you give them in the hand? Is that a notice that you post on the door? Because it could be a dispute. Give me some information on what is your interpretation of requiring fair notice.
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So fair notice as it relates to the Housing Authority's operations under our public housing and Housing Choice Voucher Program is notification in writing, certified mail, notifications that go in the hand of our residents.
Okay, so that's an important point to consider. So, in other words, if you send them a letter and it's not certified, it's not fair notice. So that means the landlord now would have to give them a certified mail or a process server. Those would be the only two ways to comply with the fair notice. They can't give them a letter. Explain that to me. Would it be certified and a process server would be the only two things that would qualify?
Senator, that's how the Housing Authority operates those notifications. Those notifications to ensure that our residents receive proper notification in a proper, timely manner.
1 minute.
Okay, well, I think the bill is a good bill. I support it. might need to have an amendment there on that, because I can see a situation where you give the tenant the letter and they sign and they receive it, and then they goes to court and you don't comply with the fair notice when the landlord is under the impression that they did, if the tenant sign and receive it. So I can see where those would be an issue, but it's a good bill. It's a win for the residents, and we definitely need to have those issues improve, because as you know, in the Virgin Islands, there's a lot of people that have to pay month-to-month rent, and they need to have a stable source. Like my colleague, the female colleague from St. Thomas mentioned, from Bovoni, yes, you need to have a stability in your family. So I do support it. I have a little question about what is the fair notice requirement, and I imagine once the legal counsel come, they will clarify that. Maybe the bill might need an amendment to that section or not. So thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Point of information.
Point of information, thank you, Senator Fonseca. Point of information, Senator Blyden.
And after my point of information, Senator, Mr. Chair, legal counsel is on the floor, okay? My point of information is in terms of fair notice. Fair notice, as Ms. Pell said, yes, certified mail, and or if you give it to them in a hand, they can sign for it, or you can have a witness there stating that they were there when they signed for the termination. So that's fair notice. I mean, it's self-explanatory. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. To legal counsel, we had a couple concern, and I'm glad that question was just asked by the former senator. Does fair notice need to be defined in the bill, legal counsel?
Yeah, I did. Okay, now it's on.
Should fair notice
Okay.
be defined in the bill, or is it understood?
Through the chair to Senator Vialet, if the body wants to define fair notice, but I think it is clear in the bill, they have a requirement of 60 days to be provided with fair notice. So that the fair notice would be the 60 days notice.
No, that's the time that's the time. We're talking about the method, because the time is one thing, but the method. If you don't have a certified letter or hand delivered or some way of being able to verify that you were served notice, then I think that was a concern of the last caller, that somebody might say, well, I didn't receive fair notice, and the landlord is saying, yes, you did. I slipped something under your door. So in that particular, Senator Blyden, I think a lot of the questions are going to be coming back to you, because we only have the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, and you're the expert in this particular measure. So Senator Blyden, I'll give you a point of information in terms of whether or not you believe you want to language fair notice to make sure that the intent that you have in the bill is met. Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another door is not fair notice. I've been to court 1,000 times. It's already established in court. Once you do not have fair notice, you already lose a case. You have to have a certified mail, or you have to hand deliver it in terms of giving it to them in a hand and sign for it. That's it. That's fair. But if you just say put it on the door, you leave it here, that's not fair notice. So it's already established in a court. So I don't think it's necessary. I really don't think it's necessary, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Counsel, General Counsel?
Yes.
Attorney Seco?
Through the chair to Senator Vialet, in this section, there can be a definition added as to how notice is given. Usually in these type of cases, there may be a process server. Sometimes it is not that formal, where even the landlord may provide notice. But if the body wishes to make it clear exactly how notice should be done, whether it's by certified mail, whether it's by hand delivery by a process server or a messenger, then that information may be added.
Okay, thank you so much. So we can have that particular discussion now. Madam Counsel, in reference to the section that 752, subsection 752, it states that all estates at will or by sufferance may be terminated by either party by 3 months' notice in writing given by the other party. When the rent receiving a lease at will is payable at periods of less than 3 months, the time of such notice shall be sufficient. In this particular changing of the language to 60 days, does it change anything with the 90-day period above?
Through the chair to Senator Viale, no, it doesn't. But what it actually does is extend the time for the notice. Normally, the notice, well, within this section here for the tenants at will, it's a 14 days notice to quit. With leases, persons who are under leases, it's 30 days notice to quit. So what this bill does is it extends the time for notice, whether it's for the increase or for the notice to vacate, to 60 days.
While it maintains the portion at will or by sufferance to 90 days?
Yes.
Legal counsel? Okay. So it maintains the will or sufferance to 90 days, and it adds in a section now for 60 days for individuals who might be under a month-to-month lease to give them sufficient time to be able to find a place or to accept the increase.
That's correct, Senator Viale.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
1, 2. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. You know, speaking of fair notice, housing authority represents the government housing. This need to have some landlords who live in the community also to come and testify, because it seems I'm seeing a backdoor way in terms of Section B, or no, not Section B. In Section 1B, on the back page, page 2, a residential landlord that proposes to increase the rental rate by more than 5% at the end of a lease, a specific term, or also without specific term payable monthly. So it goes to speaking about month-to-month, which housing don't even have month-to-month. So housing testifying is of no significance to me. Then it says, before the tenant must either, 1, accept the proposed amendment, 2, reach a acceptable compromise, or 3, reject the proposed amendment to their tenancy. That's already done right now. And even with a 90-day brief area or brief time frame, it's done. But I think in terms of adding in to increase the rental rate by more than 5% sends a message out to that private homeowner who's a landlord, almost to say, well, you can't increase your rent more than 5% because we're going to add this on. So if you do it under the 5%, we could do it this way. I see it as a possible backdoor issue to rental issues here in the territory. If I'm wrong, I stand corrected. I will ask legal counsel a question in terms of when you mention this bill would have effect or an effect when a residential landlord proposes to increase rate by more than 5%. So that means the residential landlord could, without any issue, leave the 30 days, increase the rent by 5%. Once you decide to go more than 5%, then you have to go through this imposes. Yeah,
Through the
Senator
chair.
Senator Valley is the chair. Yes,
Oh,
Senator,
okay.
yes, Senator Valley is the chair.
Say through the chair to Senator Viale.
Right.
Proceed,
Legal counsel, you may
Senator
proceed.
Viale, go ahead. Okay. Through the chair
Yeah.
to Senator DeGraff. What this bill states is that if it is more than 5%, then the 60 days notice is required. It doesn't say anything if it's less than 5%
Time.
increase.
Right. So, you know, in closing, Mr. Chair, I'm just saying that it is almost as if it poses an issue as to if you want to increase your rent more than 5%, you have an added stipulation to it and going forward, which really wasn't needed because it exists. If it doesn't exist, we're going to do it for less than 5% or 5% or less. So that was the issue that I have with the bill in regards to how it's written. I think my colleague put good effort into making it, but to just have housing come to testify didn't solidify. I think you have to have some private residential landlords come to testify to their feelings toward it. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. A point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually was going to ask or comment on what my fellow veteran just said, so I'll be pointed. Does this apply to you at all?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer, it does not.
And that's, I think, he and I both agree on that, you know. Oh, you too? And that's the issue I have. But I also wanted to offer a fair notice meaning, because I know what you meant, Senator Viale. It's the how. So for Senator Blyden, the sponsor, I agree with you about court, but if you want to avoid court, so I would say fair notice must be clear and specific and must be given in a way that the tenant can reasonably be expected to receive it. So you know that they've received it, because that's usually the issue in court, whether they got notice or not. And I think housing is not in their head because they probably have the same issue about notice. So you want to make sure that the person reasonably can be expected to receive it. But we can, I also have issues with finding out what private landlords would say regarding this bill and a number of other questions, but I'll wait my turn, Senator. I'm next? Mr. Chair.
They're rushing.
Mr. Chair, hello, Mr. Chair is in the chair. Senator, Mr. Chair?
Thank you so much, Senator James. Senator Francis, you're next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Viha, for your testimony here. And I realized early on that, in fact, this really don't apply to you because you don't do month-to-month lease. Again, I'm supportive of this measure to the extent that we want to ensure that there's some stability within our tenants and the individuals, minimize the homelessness that we're seeing in our community. You know, what puzzled me or continue to challenge me is in respect to the issue of the month-to-month lease, and that the fact of the 60 days. Everywhere else in the bill, 751 speaks to 90 days, 752 speaks to 90 days, even under domestic violence, and 753 it speaks to 90 days. Notice when you go to the court as well, there's a 90-day requirement for eviction, even though this just kind of speak to notification. So I don't know if there'll be some unintended consequences as a result of this measure if it's not carefully moved forward to ensure that the notification versus eviction, how does that fall into play? And I'm sure that the bill sponsor may be able to provide some clarity in respect to that. About legal counsel, a quick question to you in respect to the issue of vacate versus notice. This particular measure, 752, speaks to notification on the intent for vacate within 60 days or simply the notification of the increase of the rent. Hence, there will be some contemplation whether or not there will be acceptance or refusal.
Through the chair to Senator Francis, this bill speaks to the notification, the 60-day notification. That does not have anything to do with a notice to quit or a notice to vacate. Usually the process would be under this bill, there's a 60-day notification. If in fact the person is not, the tenant is not agreeable to the 5%, based on what this says, is that the landlord may impose the terms for the tenant to be able to vacate the residence. But in order for a tenant to vacate a residence, there would also now have to be a notice to quit. And before that landlord can go into court on the notice to quit, 30 days would have to elapse for them to be able to proceed on an eviction. So after that 30 days, so maybe if you add up the time, it will come up to about 90 days, but usually from the date of the notice to quit, there's a 30-day waiting period, and if the person doesn't, the tenant doesn't vacate by that time, then the landlord can file a forcible entry and detainer, or, as we would commonly say, an eviction. They would have to file for that.
So based on that explanation, and Mr. Chair, I heard that my time called, but if I could just wrap up.
Go ahead, because we're trying to get clarification and see how we can move.
So based on your, again, discussion in respect to this, there seems to be 3 clocks that's operating here. First, of course, we have the notice. Once the notice is executed, you have up to 60 days, and then we have a 30-day wait in regards to that. And then we still have another clock which speaks to a 90-day for vacating or for that individual to be issued a eviction notice, which allow them within 90 days to vacate. So we're talking about 3 clocks. So I think that the discussion in respect to the creation of homelessness or it can't occur until such time that all of these 3 clocks have been expired in a sense. So we don't want to leave the perception that because a tenant may have been given a 60-day notice, that for some reason they'll be vacating the premise within that 60 days. And I think that that's where we just need to tighten up the language in the bill to ensure that we understand, certainly the definition I think is critical in terms of notice, but also the clocks that will be required to see full execution of this matter. Outside of that, I'm very supportive of the measure because I think it's critical that we don't have the arbitrary and wanton displacement of residents, just based on the increase in the rent at any given time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Senator Francis.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator.
Yes, Mr. Chair. To the Chair, to the legal counsel, can you clarify, please, for the record, in terms of this 90-day and the current law, as you stated earlier, can you repeat, please, because the law is not what is being said. Can you please clarify for the record, please?
Yes, through the chair to Senator Blyden. So there's not a 90-day notice for eviction. What happens, this bill is simply providing notice. Nothing happens here until a notice to quit is filed by the landlord. Or if the tenant decides that, I am not agreeable to this increase of more than 5%, and so then they provide notice to the landlord that they are vacating the premises. Should the landlord want the tenant to vacate the premises after this 60-day requirement notice, then the landlord would have to file a notice to quit. Now, that is under a different subchapter. It would be subchapter 2 as it pertains to forcible entry and detainer, so that the landlord may recapture their property. When that happens, they file a notice to quit with their to the tenant, providing them notice. And then the tenant would have 30 days to vacate the premises at that time, or to cure, or to do whatever they need to do within that time. And then after the 30 days, then the landlord can file a forcible entry and detainer with the court, okay, which is usually handled in the magistrate division. And then so they would usually have a forcible entry and detainer case in the court, and then the judge will then decide whether or not, when and how the tenant would have to vacate the premises. So the forcible entry and detainer for that whole process, it's not 90 days. They serve the 30-day notice to quit, and then once they go to court and file a forcible entry and detainer, usually those cases are scheduled very quickly, less than 30 days. And then from there, they go to court, and the judge makes the determination.
Okay, thank you so much for the explanation. In reference to subsection 752, and I just want to make that very, very clear, the first sentence remains. All estates at will or by sufferance may be terminated by either party by 3 months' notice in writing given by the other party. So that part stays. That's 90, that's maintained. The part that is added is the part that deals with lease agreements. It deals with month-to-month and also lease agreement in which if the landlord is going to raise the rent more than 5%, then you have to give the 60-day notice. But if you raise it by 4.99%, then you don't have to give any notice and you could just let them know. But more than 5%, you have to give them the 60-day notice, and then they have to make that determination as to whether or not they're going to accept it. If they don't accept it, then the landlord still have the authority to say, well, you're going to have to leave the apartment because the rent has increased, and then that 30-day period goes into effect. Senator James, it's you now. Please recognize Senator James. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are for the legal counsel so that I understand. Through the chair, of course, when it says without a specific duration, is that referring to years or months? What does that mean? A residential tenancy without a specific duration?
Through the chair to Senator James, it can refer to months, it can refer to years, because sometimes tenants are holdover tenants who do not necessarily have a lease. They may be considered month to month, but there are also tenants who have been in a residence for years without a lease. So it can also refer to those tenants as well. Boy, words have consequences. Okay, I'm going to try to digest this a little more, what you just said. So if I read this correctly, the law tells the judge that such a lease as you just described may be terminated by giving 60 days notice, correct? Through the chair to Senator James, no. This bill is referring to is at the end of, if the person has a lease, because we have two things here. We're talking about persons, tenants without a lease and tenants with a lease. If the tenant does have a lease at the end of the lease term, then the landlord can, if they propose to increase the rent more than 5%. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the first section, subsection A. I haven't gotten to B yet. Okay. In subsection A,
what I just asked about without a specific duration, and you explain, and I still need to process that myself. This is saying that they can be terminated by giving 60 days written notice. So once I give notice on the A, that is sufficient for me as a landlord to end that particular lease, or the tenant can end
Okay,
it.
so through the chair to Senator James, if either the tenant or the landlord can give 60 days notice to terminate a lease, but also the law provides, even if they're terminating the lease, they give the 60 days notice, the landlord, not the tenant, because the tenant doesn't have to provide any type of notice to quit or anything. The landlord would have to know, even though they give this notice here, they would still have to provide a notice to quit in order to get the tenant out.
So the tenant also has to give 60 days written notice.
Right,
The tenant
written notice,
also
yes,
must give 60
yes.
days. So my point is that at that point, based on this law, once the landlord or the tenant gives 60 days notice, then the lease ends, it terminates, it's finished. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, the lease may terminate, but that does not mean that the tenant can be removed from the property. The Virgin Islands does not provide for self-help. A tenant cannot be removed without the proper procedures.
Attorney Siku, when two parties enter into an agreement and it says that the lease may be terminated by either party given written notice, I surely don't want anybody out there, once they've agreed that it can be terminated after 60 notice if they are a tenant, that they should hold over. That's being irresponsible. We should be bound by agreements. So I just want to make that clear with regard to that. We should not be saying that to anyone. You agree to terminate, it's an agreement, be responsible. I'm going to move on to subsection B. With regard to subsection B, it says, or require the tenant to vacate the residence. And that's where you're saying that at the end of that 60 days notice, if I'm requiring the tenant to vacate, can I not then put in the 60 days written fair notice the 3 conditions, which is stated in the law? The tenant must, 1, accept, reach an acceptable compromise, or reject the proposed. But I'm giving you, what am I giving you 60 days of a rent increase? And I, as the landlord, whether you accept, reject, or I don't accept your compromise, I, as the landlord, still have the right to make you leave the residence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Chair, the intent is good, but I'm going to say again, words have consequences. And so I will, I don't know what I'm going to do with this one.
At the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, again, you know, the measure is one that is written in such a way that it tries to help tenants from somebody increasing the rent 1 week before and telling them that next month you're going to have to go up to X amount. So it provides that particular protection. We just have to make sure that all of the language is very clear in all aspects so that it's not challenging court and the intent isn't super clear. Point of information, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another concern that I have, and you know, I want to say this, we're talking about tenants, but we have a lot of families in this community who I know get mortgages and their mortgages are based on the fact that they're getting extra income from the apartment that they're renting.
Correct.
So I really want people to remember that we also do not want to jeopardize those landlords that need that money. But I want to ask legal counsel. It says here that if I propose to increase the rental rate by more than 5% at the end of a lease for a specific term, if the lease is ending, I don't have to renew the lease with you. Explain that provision to me. If the lease ends, it ends. And I don't have to give you notice that I'm going to increase it. I can simply say to you it ends, and next month I can charge, instead of $1,000, $2,000 to the next tenant that I have probably gotten, and that's what we're trying to avoid. I know that. But you understand what's happening with this language. At the end of that lease, you can't tell me what to do with it, and I need legal counsel to explain that to me. The lease ends.
Legal counsel?
Yes, through the chair to Senator James. The tenant may have a lease for 1 year, and there may be an option for the tenant to renew. As you know, there are a lot of tenants that tend to be holdover tenants. People tend to be long-term tenants, but they might have a year-to-year lease. So what this bill is saying is that before the end of that term, if the landlord is proposing to increase the rent more than 5%, that they do give the tenant 60 days notice. And then at that time, of course, if the lease is ending, yes, the landlord does not necessarily owe the tenant anything, but let's say it's a long-term tenant that may want to renew the lease, at least they're provided notice that the rent will increase, and at that time, the tenant may be able to make certain decisions as to whether or not they would be able to continue to afford that rental, or if they need to move on.
Okay, Attorney Siku, I think you missed the portion that she was trying to get you to cover, which might be a possible loophole. If somebody rents a place from you for 1 year, there's no option to renew. The landlord at that point has the authority to say that they're not going to renew the lease and to develop a new lease with somebody else that could even be double the amount, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. But I have seen a lot of residential leases where they may be for 1 year and they give the tenant an option to renew.
Okay, but what I think that and I'll let the sponsor will speak on it, but what I think the sponsor was trying to do was that if the apartment or wherever it's being leased is going to continue to be leased, that the person living in it would be given that first opportunity to say yes or no. But the good thing is that next we have the sponsor of the bill, so the sponsor will clarify a lot of that. Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Sometimes I'm just... Listen, colleagues, this bill has nothing to do with the eviction process. Nothing. It has nothing to do with the eviction process. It speaks to notice. That's all it does. It speaks to notice of tenancy. Okay? Most Virgin Island landlords we know, most Virgin Island landlords rent where they live, you know. Most of my people rent where they live. You know. This bill addresses an issue that we have in the territory. And it's a fair process. It's not, this bill is a no-brainer, you know. This bill is a no-brainer. I don't know what we're getting with. I don't understand where we're coming from. The bill has nothing to do with the eviction process, period. The bill deals with notice of tenancy. That's what it does. That's what the bill is all about. Once it's 5% or more. Now let me say it right for the record. To the chair, to legal counsel. I know my colleagues spoke to, if the lease is up, the landlord don't have to renew it. Of course they don't have to renew the lease. But now they decide to renew it, and at the last minute, a day before it finished, they tell you the rent is going up by this amount of percentage. What are you supposed to do? That's what this bill is about, period. That's what it's about. We can come out a million scenarios, yes, but the bill is specific and there is no court in the territory as far as I'm concerned. Like I said, I've been to court thousands of times. It's already established when it comes to fair notice. We know what fair notice is. Every judge in the territory knows what fair notice is. We don't have to worry about that. That's for the judges. They know what fair notice is. I can't tell you I serve you and there's no documentation, there's no evidence. That's not a fair notice. But once you give a fair notice in terms of handing it to the person to sign or have a processor or have it sent certified, that's fair. That's already established in the courts. We don't need to go there. It's already, for decades, that's the way it is. Nothing has changed. So we don't even need to go there, in my opinion. That's why I say we don't need to put it in the bill. If it satisfies you guys, fine. But it's not necessary. Listen, no. This bill seeks to assist renters and help with homelessness and stability in the territory. Let's vote it up or down and move on. That's my position right now. Because I ain't got no time for all of this stuff. Every time I bring a bill, it's something else. We find a billion things to talk about. The bill is plain and simple. Ain't nothing controversial about this bill. Nothing. If it was, I wouldn't even bring it, to be honest with you. It is clear. Legal counsel made it clear. Plain and simple. I don't understand what we are talking about. The bill deals with notice. It speaks to notice, period. It has nothing to do with the eviction process. The bill don't deal with the eviction process. That's another section, that's another area. It has nothing to do with eviction. It deals with notice, colleagues, notice, period. Listen, I don't have anything else to say, man. Listen, we voted up or down, and I'm good. I tried my best to bring meaningful legislation to assist my people. They got me, I got them, and we good. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I don't get it.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. The Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications will take a 5-minute recess. This committee stands at recess for 5 minutes. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is back on the record. Do I hear a motion on Bill number 36-0022?
Motion. Motion.
Motion, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Blyden. Yeah, go ahead, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 36-0022, an act amending Title 28 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 31, Subchapter 1, Section 752, relating to the notice for the termination of month-to-month residential tenancy and adding Section 752B, requiring fair notice for rent increases for residential tenancies, be held in this committee at the call of the chair. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden. Second. Seconded by Senator Joseph. Roll call.
No, I'm bringing it back.
Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Maurice James?
Yes.
Senator Maurice James, yay. Senator Carla Joseph? Senator Joseph, nay. Senator Kurt A. Viale?
Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Senator Marvin Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0022, an act amending Title 28 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 31, Subchapter 1, Section 752, relating to notice for the termination of month-to-month residential tenancies, and adding Section 752B, requiring fair notice for rent increases for residential tenancies, will be held in the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications at the discretion of the chair. The Committee of Housing, Transportation, before I say that, I just want to say with this particular bill, after meeting as members of this committee and also those who are not members that were present today, we decided that we really want to bring the Board of Realtors so that they can provide some feedback on the bill since they manage a lot of properties. I would also like to bring a real estate attorney and private landlords if possible so that they can weigh in, because we want to make sure that whatever is passed is drafted the way that they should be, and that the impact is going to be fair to everyone. So we thought that the best interest was to get some more input into what we consider is a measure that's trying to protect people of the Virgin Islands from being literally evicted or the lease being terminated 1 week, and just because they get somebody that's going to pay additional money. So we want to make sure that that process is literally clarified so that individuals are not in the street within 1 week.
Point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. I just want to put on the record why I voted in the no. I understand the dynamics at play here, but we have extenuating circumstances where our residents are experiencing an increasing cost of rental property here in the Virgin Islands, particularly in the St. Thomas, St. John district. This amendment and the work that needed to be done on this particular bill because of the necessity of providing affordable homes and assuring that our people have a place to live and they don't get evicted, they don't lose a home. Arbitrarily would have been greatly added, and we could have placed it and moved it forward in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and also have the requisite testifier come forward. But I do respect the sponsor's position, but I'm holding strong that we could have refined this further in that committee. I just want to thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, for the time to explain my no vote on the record.
Thank you so much, Senator Carla Joseph. Point of personal privilege, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that this is Military Appreciation Month, and I want to extend my gratitude to all those who have served and are serving. We also know that the end of this month is Memorial Day, where we recognize those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. So I just want to express gratitude, appreciation to the military members and their families who have served and are serving. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Thank all military personnel for their service. Before I take a recess for a minute, because I think it's important that the chair of the committee close out the meeting, because we had a very robust discussion in the first part of the meeting and also the second part, so we're able to cover a number of areas today that are very meaningful. But I want us to keep one thing in mind in reference to this housing crisis. And it's on St. Thomas, it's on St. Croix. But part of the housing crisis is the fact that the Envision program still has a couple hundred homes to be completed. And all of those individuals are renting. Well, a lot of them are renting or living with family members. And if we could get those homes converted, those rental apartments would become vacant. That's first. Second, there's a component under Envision, a whole separate component for the rehab and rebuilding of apartment buildings. And it has barely been utilized. And there are monies for homeowners that have quadruplex and duplex to be able to apply for monies to rebuild, and that is in the millions of dollars. Lastly, we cannot allow to the responsibility of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to build affordable homes. We can't take them off the back burner. You know, homes need to be built. Homes need to be built. The SLICE program needs to be moving full speed. The First Time Home Buyers Act, the good senator that offered this bill was one of the sponsors of that bill, along with myself. That money has not been touched. So we have a lot of stuff that we also need to do in addition to stuff like this to be able to open up the housing market. There's a lot to be done, but the committee will take a 2-minute recess. This committee stands in recess for 2 minutes.
We are back on the record. I must say, first of all, thank you, Senator Vielle, for taking the chair. I must say, first of all, before I close out, let me thank the testifiers from the Housing Authority for coming and testifying on the bill. Other testifiers were invited, but they did not show. I believe that when it comes to legislation and us finding ways to improve the quality of life for our people, as we stated for this 36th legislature. That's our motto, improving the quality of life for our citizens. We must do everything possible to assure that whatever legislation we bring will assist those individuals in improving the quality of life. I want to thank my colleagues for the input, pros and cons. I can agree that, yes, there can be other testifiers in respect to the realty board and others. But I believe that bill was a no-brainer in my opinion. But any bill can be improved anyway, so I thank my colleagues for their suggestions. And I look forward to bringing it back. I look forward to bringing it back in my next hearing and have those individuals present to put their thoughts on the record, which I think will be the same thing as we spoke to today. One thing I must put on the record, though, the Housing Authority, in respect to the outcome, was instrumental, and is instrumental in many of these individuals who end up on the street or homeless. They end up right at the Housing Authority. So I think they were very relevant in testifying today, because they hear the stories every single day like we do, and they understand what's going on in the space. So again, I want to thank them for their testimony. Senator,
Point of personal privilege.
I hear you. I got you. Let me finish up, please. Also, I have 20 through the chair requests from the telecommunications agencies and entities, and we will be following up with that. Okay, so Senator Francis, you are recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, again, say that this week is Police Week, and tomorrow, May 15th, represent Peace Officers Memorial Day, where the Virgin Islands Police Department and all the law enforcement agencies will be paying homage to those individuals that made the ultimate sacrifice and gave their life in the line of duty for service to this community. And it's near and dear to my heart. After spending 25 years in law enforcement, it's critical that we pay tribute to those individuals that paid the ultimate sacrifice. So again, I want to remind this community that the police department will be going to the graveside of the fallen officers, and again, laying their wreath, as well as they have a event in the evening, again, going out to the shorelines and really just paying tribute to those individuals that made the ultimate sacrifice. Is a sad occasion, especially for the family members during that time. So we want to make sure that we keep them up in our prayer. But again, happy Police Week, and tomorrow being Peace Officers Memorial Day, we want to pay tribute to those individuals that paid the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
And thank you.
That's on behalf of the legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much for that reminder, Senator, and we appreciate that. CEO Opel, I'm going to give you 1 minute to give a closing remarks. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Lydia Pell. We just want to thank Senator Blyden for the opportunity to support this bill today. We also want to put on the record that the Housing Authority already follows this process as it's regulated through the Department of Housing and Urban Development. It's typically standard practice that the houses, we already give notice to individuals. Actually start re-examinations 120 days in advance, so individuals know what their rent is going to be, and they get notice of any rental increase or decrease at least 30 days in advance. In some cases, even 60 days. And the bill is basically trying to follow that same process, and we think that we will continue to support it. It's a good process to have in place with some amendments and some additional information. I think you have a strong bill that can move forward. Just following industry standards is a good thing. The private landlords sometimes take advantage of individuals for their own personal gain. And I think we all agree we need to secure our families and the lives they have in housing throughout the territory. Thank you.
Thank you so much for participating. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is hereby adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to thank the media, security, my staff, my colleagues for being here with us all day, and the testifiers. Again, the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is hereby adjourned.